Good. Okay, just one second, I'll get my script. Okay, Rosemary, I'm ready to go.
Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Reconvened Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of June 24th, 2021. This meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Port 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia Emergency Program Act, updated ministerial order number M192. And as such, committee members are participating by phone. As chair of the meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If committee members lose connection during the voting process, we will have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. The committee is also reminded we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Carr. Before I go to the roll call, I just wanted to let Council know that there's a bit of a delay on WebEx. So if you're not seeing the video, that's the reason, and IT is looking into it. Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor De Genova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, are you on the line? You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Great, thank you very much. All right, let's go over the plan for the day. Following the updated guidance issued on June 17th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is permitted with restrictions of 50 persons or less under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, the public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Virtual participation is highly encouraged as there are capacity limits within City Hall. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. And any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 7 items of business remaining on the agenda. The continued debate and decision on one staff report, 6 members' motions referred from the June 22nd, 2021 Council meeting, and that's it. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5, reconvening at 6 p.m. I also want to remind councillors that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. And please ensure the city clerk has received your amendment. As I did yesterday, I wanted to note for all of you that we are looking for much more clarity in amendments. There has been having a little bit of variation in them. So it's very important that you strike out the parts of the motion that you are deleting and highlight in some color the parts of the wording that you are adding to any motion. And that has to be done before the motion, your amendment can be considered. Okay, just before we begin, I want to provide a brief summary on the progress of item 9. As you remember last night, it was a very long meeting at the end, and I thank all of you for bearing with it until I felt the motion to adjourn to recess was very wise. I was in the process of dealing with a point of order that had been raised about whether or not an item was out of order. So I'll start with a brief summary of the progress regarding that. And this is with item 9, amendments to the street and traffic bylaw number 2849 to allow electric kick scooters on protected bike lanes and minor streets. And so following last evening's council meeting, and given where we left item 9, I have consulted further with staff. Based on the information provided from the city manager after the vote on the amendment to the main motion, it is now understood that the amendment is in conflict with the July 7th, 2020 motion because it presents substantially the same question. As per the procedure bylaw and Robert's Rules of Order, a point of order infraction must be raised and ruled immediately at the time of the amendment. So I do want to acknowledge that Councillor Kirby-Yung actually was correct in raising a point of procedure last night, stating that the amendment cannot be ruled out of order as it had already passed. So thank you for raising that. And we were in the middle of quite a lot of discussion around it, but that was correct. So we're going to proceed with that assumption. Councillor Bly raised a point of order on the amended motion and is awaiting my ruling. As Council has already adopted the amendment, in order to reverse that decision, Council will need to move a motion to reconsider the amendment. A motion to reconsider must be brought forward by those who voted in favor of the amendment. It requires a majority, is debatable, but not amendable. If this reconsideration motion passes, Councillor Weeb's amendment will be back on the floor for Council to deal with, and deal with in particularly in terms of its being out of order, or the suggestion that regarding a July 7th, 2020 motion. As chair, and given the information provided by the city manager, I recommend that the reconsideration of the amendment, that's Councillor Weeb's amendment, be brought forward and placed back, so Council can be placed back in position to deal with that amendment. Currently, the main motion as amended is presently on the floor, and it does contain the amendment in question. Council would have to take a first vote to agree to consider the amendment. If that passes on majority vote, the amendment is back on the floor for Council's action. A reconsideration motion requires a majority vote. It must be moved by someone who voted in the majority. So in the majority were Councillors Weeb, Dominato, Bly, Kirby-Yung, and DeGenova, who had abstained. I want to acknowledge that, I'm looking at this point, if someone is willing to make a motion to consider the adopted amendment.
Point of privilege, Councillor Carr or Chair Carr. This is Councillor Bly.
Yes, Councillor Bly.
I am not able to put myself on the queue. I'd like to be on the queue. I'm also willing to move that motion to reconsider.
You cannot move the motion to reconsider. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. You were one of the ones that, yes, good. You are on, and there you are on the queue, and you have up to 5. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bly.
So I'd like to move a motion for Council's decision to reconsider Council Weeb's amendments to the staff recommendations to the report that we are dealing with at this time.
Okay, that motion to reconsider is on the floor, and it is debatable but not amendable, so anyone else can speak to it. Otherwise, we can move to a vote. So I'm not seeing anyone else on the floor, so if you want to reconsider this, you vote in favor. And if you don't want to reconsider it, you vote against. And I think, Clerk, you can move us to a vote.
Chair Carr, point of privilege, if I may have a vote In favor, please. Councillor Black.
Yes, we'll give you that.
Point of
Assist.
Point of privilege too, Chair, this is the mayor. I'd like a vote in favor, please.
Yes, and was it Councillor Hardwick that I heard about?
Oh, it's the mayor.
No, and I heard that. There was another voice I heard.
yes, it was point of privilege. I was absent and cannot, should not vote on this matter.
Clerk, can you advise on this?
Chair Carr, yes, Councillor Hardwick is eligible to vote on this item.
You are eligible to vote now, having listened to explanation.
Even though I was absent for the, I was absent, yes, last
vote. That you have been informed by the clerk, you are able to vote on this.
Chair, I need a vote. I cannot
A
vote
vote
on this. I'll vote abstain because I felt that this was already ruled.
Okay,
last time.
I've got you. Good. I'm good on that. Account. Okay.
Chair
Councillor
Carr, we
Hardwick?
still need Councillor Hardwick's vote. There we go.
Okay.
No, we've lost it again. Councillor Hardwick, would you like a vote assist?
Okay. That vote does pass with none in opposition. Okay, so at this point, we have got the amendment on the back on the floor. Clerk, I wonder if you could bring that amendment up.
Chair Carr, yes, we're going to highlight that shortly.
Right. Okay. And clerk, is it important that, not that I've dealt, well, anyway, I can stay for council, you should know that I have an LOA for the first hour of this meeting, but I did come in to clarify this. Clerk, would you advise me that you would like me to remain until we finish this item? Okay. So getting a message from the clerk. We have the motion back on the floor. Everyone can see it. And this motion has to, or sorry, this amendment now has to be dealt with it, in terms of if someone can call, can ask me whether it's out of order or not, or you can consider it again. Councillor Boyle, you are on the list. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I was just pulling up the procedural bylaw. I'm hoping to get a ruling from you as to whether this is an order based on it conflicting with policy that this council has passed within the last year.
Yes. As you can imagine, I have read the document from last year, the minutes, and the wording.
Point of order, Chair Carr. I think that the section of the procedure bylaw needs to be stated if we're going to do this right this time.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am just looking it up, but if anyone happens to know it, I welcome that information. I know I have 5 minutes, but I don't need to take it all if someone has that point handy.
8.7D.
Thank you. So under 8.7D, Chair Carr, I'm hoping that you can rule on whether this is an order.
Yes, thank you. It won't take me long. I have read the original motion of July 7th and the amendment that was placed at that time. And this amendment by Councillor Wiebe actually contradicts specifically the motion that was passed by Council on July 7th. Sorry, it wasn't passed. It was defeated It was an amendment placed on the floor to do precisely what Councillor Wiebe is suggesting, and that was defeated. This motion, therefore, is in contradiction. It's within the 365 days that our procedure bylaw states we cannot entertain a motion that contradicts an earlier motion passed by council. Therefore, I am going to rule it out of order. And so, clerk, we can proceed now to the motion unamended by this. And I'm wondering if we could have that on screen for council's deliberation. So we are council back to deliberating the motion as not with this amendment for debate and decision.
Chair Carr, it should be on the screen shortly.
Thank you.
Chair Carr, could you advise if this is a current queue? I put myself on it. Is this the current one we should be using?
Okay, just 1 second. We are in the main queue, and it is the current one that we should be on. Yes. So, Councillor Boyle.
I will just add that we have spent a lot of time on this at this point and have a number of other items on the agenda. So I hope we can vote on the staff recommendations and learn from this pilot and move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DiGenova, you are next.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm
to the motion.
Yeah, I was also going to ask a point of order under 8.7F. If reconsidering a motion from another meeting is in fact incorrect in considering it in the context of this is not new business, we are considering this in the context of a completely different staff report. I'm just wondering if that is incorrect.
No, it's not. In fact, the wording of the motion and the wording of the amendment from the previous meeting of July 7th was exactly in the same context of including e-scooter, shared e-scooter, so rented e-scooters in a pilot program of the province. So it was exactly the same issue and it was defeated. So it is not incorrect or dilatory or frivolous.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, to the motion.
Yeah, thank you. I have a fairly simple and straightforward amendment, which I sent into the clerk and council should have. And it is simply an amendment to D to request an interim, sort of an earlier report back a year from now, essentially, with initial interim findings from the pilot. I think that a year is a long time in sort of the life and use of these devices. I was out for earlier this morning down in Yaletown, and there were scooters on the seawall. There were scooters on Davie Street. I was in Olympic Village. There were scooters there everywhere. I think there was sales displays, all of them all over. And I heard people saying they're flying off the shelves. There's only a few left, and I think that there's going to be a lot of chance to gather data. This is moving quite quickly, and we want to be more responsive than waiting 2 years to get an interim report. So I'd like to see an interim report, at least some initial observations and findings back within a year. And so that's the amendment that I've put in there, which simply changes the early 2023 to end of May 2022 and adds the word initial. So it says initial interim findings, which is identified in red text that I sent in.
Yes, and thank you for the striking in the red text. That is good. And I see that clerks are putting this up on the public screen right now. So I'm going to move it to an amendment queue on this one. And we are in amendment Q1. I'm going to just clear this queue at this point. And are you finished? Sorry. Are you finished with speaking to this? If not, I will add you to this amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young?
I think so. It's fairly straightforward. I think that we can definitely provide some initial observations back, and it would behoove council to get it earlier than waiting 2 years to have any kind of sense of how it's going.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And anyone else on this to speak to this amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young?
Chair Carr, I'm having trouble putting myself on the list, but I'm wondering if I can ask a question of staff through you as a point of information on this amendment.
Yes, go ahead. I had you on the list, and I'm going to reset your timer. Go ahead.
I am just hoping through staff to get a sense of who the staff are who would be doing this work to report back on interim findings to council.
City manager.
Thanks, Chair. It will be our engineering team, but Lon, I'm not sure if you're able to provide any more specifics on that.
Yes, it would be primarily engineering, but we would consult with the other departments as necessary. And we don't have concerns with a request for a report back in 1 year.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. That's all the information I needed. Thanks, Chair Carr.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle.
And staff.
So I see no one else on the queue. Clerk, could you please move us to a vote on this amendment as tabled by Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Chair Carr, this is Councillor Bly on a point of privilege. If I could have a vote in favor, please.
Great. Councillor Boyle and Councillor Dominato, you have not yet voted.
I think I need a vote assist in favor. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
I'll also take a vote assist in favor because my screen isn't working.
Seems like a difficult day technologically. That is a unanimous support for this. So the amendment passes. We are now on to the main queue again. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you have anything else to add?
To the main motion? No?
Yes, we are to the main motion as amended.
Okay. Yeah, I will just quickly say, if I may, that I would, I've been very clear that, and I had a motion on the council agenda and forewent it in terms of you trying to do the amendment to the transportation update last July 7th, 2020, so almost a year ago now, in favor of including shared in the pilot from both an affordability and an equity perspective, as well as I think just good data and being responsive to emerging trends. Council hasn't, the majority of council at this time hasn't supported that. I think that the technology is advancing quite quickly. There are a lot of cities around the world that are doing it and that we can learn from. And while I'm really concerned about sort of a lack of equity and affordability in this pilot, I don't want to not progress at all. So while wrestling over voting for or against, I'm going to vote for it in the sense of trying to move us forward on this literally, but with a hope that we can get some information back sooner than was anticipated and get a sense of how Vancouverites are adopting to and utilizing the technology, albeit with the limited pilot. So I will support it on that basis. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Weed, to the motion as amended.
Yeah, I'll also be supporting. I really appreciate, I'm going to read a little segment out of the report because I think it's really clear on what we're trying to do here. Staff analysis was that this is in alignment with the Transportation 2040 and the Climate Emergency Action Plan. The city supports electric kick scooters and as an alternative to low carbon transportation choices. Electric kick scooters add another transportation option for the urban environment, including those with limited mobility, income, and without a driver's license. They can be the first and last mile devices to enhance the use of transit and other transportation options, particularly where access may be impartial or limited. Vancouver is an ideal testing ground as a dense urban environment with high sustainable mode share, an existing population of micromobility users, and a connected growing cycling network of 325 kilometers, 30 kilometers of those are protected lanes and 65 off-street pathways. I think this is a great city for it. I really appreciate that city is moving forward and that staff are bringing this. And I look forward to seeing how this can progress as we become a city that looks at more ways to incorporate multi-mobility and electrification of mobility in the city. So I am supportive and I appreciate staff bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Councillor DiGenova, to the motion as amended.
Oh, thanks,
So I just was hoping to sever A and D, please, for separate vote. Thanks.
Clerk, have you got a note of that? Sever D,
Chair,
is it sever C and D together or sever C and sever D?
I just would like to vote on A and D together and B and C together, but I'm not sure about others.
Okay, A and D together and B and C together. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, clerk, have you made a note of that?
yes, thank you, Chair Carr.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson, to the motion as amended.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this because it doesn't have the amendment that would allow rentals. I don't like the framing that not having rentals is an equity issue, especially when our committee, our People with Disabilities Committee and our Seniors Committee are really concerned about basically being mowed down on the sidewalk. And I think we have to be sure that we're not having rented scooters being littered all over like they are in other cities. We have to be sure that we're safe and not let business interests trump safety. But I think it's good to have this pilot where we try it out with scooters that are owned. I doubt if people who own scooters will abandon them. And hopefully they'll be better at riding because they won't be so much first-time users like the renters might be, and it'll be safer. So I'm happy to go along with this, and I'm glad that the amendment got stopped.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. And finally, to you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And just a couple of reflections. I did comment last night, but as we're starting fresh today, just to reflect that I really appreciate the hard work that's gone into this, and obviously rich discourse that we've had, and particularly around in going down this path of piloting the question of do we limit it to private owners of electric scooters versus a model, which I really appreciated and supported Councillor Weeb's amendment around enabling rental and leasing under our regulatory framework, as well as personally, I want to see a shared model, and we know that those exist out there, as we've seen with the the Mobi bikes in the city. Recognizing that that's not possible at this time, I intend to support the report as because I do think it would be a lost opportunity to not participate in the pilot and to learn from it. I was also out this morning, I was out cycling, and I was passed by, I saw electric scooters and monoboards, and so people are adopting the technology, and this is often what happens with governments is that technology moves faster than government in general and regulatory frameworks, and people are out there using these tools on our streets. And I do think it presents an interesting opportunity to Councillor Weeb's last point, and also Councillor Kabyung's around the micro mobility in our city, and as people move about differently, as we move away from vehicles in many instances, that last mile connection to public transit, but just that it's another mode. I consider myself pretty multimodal in how I live my life, and I think that is something that our public wants to embrace, is they like to have choices. And this pilot will enable us to see how we can make that work and how we're going to coexist on the street and share the streets. To me, that's a real key principle of this, is how we're going to share the roads and do it respectfully. Appreciate the moving up the time frame to get some initial information about how it's working, what's working well, maybe what's sticky, what's not. So I will support the report today, and thank staff for the work on this to date.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And that is it for speakers. I think that Council, we are in the position to be able to vote. So Clerk, could you move us to a vote? This would be on the amended motion. I think the voting queue has to be reset.
Chair Carr, this is Councillor Bly. On a point of privilege, I wonder.
How did you want to vote, Councillor Bly? Councillor Bly, we're not hearing you.
In favor, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to vote
privilege?
in favor.
Yes, we have that now, Councillor Bly. Thank you.
Point of privilege is Councillor DeGenova.
Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
Are we voting on A and D or B and C right now?
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. My apologies, Councillor DeGenova. Clerks, it's been asked to sever A and D together and B and C together. My apologies. I think we have to. Clerk I think we have to reconsider this vote, or I don't.
Chair Carr?
You tell me how we want to do it, but we cannot do it.
Chair Carr,
Yes.
the A and D are highlighted on the screen, so that's what we're voting on. So if councillors who have voted decide to change their vote, we can still do it. We haven't ended the vote. So, Councillor DeGenova, we're voting on A and D.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you have not yet voted. Okay.
Councillor Swanson has to vote. Councillor Swanson?
I voted, but in favor.
Okay, that has passed with one in opposition, Councillor Fry. We are now going to vote on B and C, but I'll wait for the screen to have those sections highlighted so it's clear.
Councillor Carr, this is Councillor, or Chair Carr, this is Councillor Bly. If I could have a vote assist in favor.
Yes, we're just waiting for that highlight. Okay. That's clerk. That was Councillor Bly, who wanted, yes. And Councillor Dominato. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, and that vote does pass with 2 in opposition, Councillors DeGenova and Fry. Okay. Okay, I've got that noted. So at this point, I did have an LOA. I am going to take the LOA for the next half hour. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you are Vice Chair. I wonder if you could take over chairing this meeting in my absence, please.
Sure, just give me a moment. I'm adapting
No,
here.
not a problem. Everyone, I'm sure you'll do it quickly. I'll be back soon. Thank you.
Yeah, just bring up the script. Okay, Council, we have now concluded the first item on our held over agenda. The next item that we have in front of us is the member motion endorsing the Vote 16 BC campaign to lower the voting age to 16 across British Columbia, which was brought forward by Councillor Boyle. We have had the motion introduced, seconded, and do have speakers to this item. And we have asked questions of the mover. Is that correct, Clerk? Just catching up here.
Vice Chair Sky Kirby-Young? Yes, we are proceeding to speakers on the line now.
Great, that's what I thought. So yes, Council, we do have some speakers on the line, so we can commence in order to hear from speakers. And do we have the first speaker on the line at this point?
Yes, we're going to patch them through.
Okay, our first speaker is Renee Gurd. Can you pronounce your last name for me, Renee?
Renee Gaudral.
Great, thank you very much.
Hello.
You do have 5 minutes to speak to council and share your thoughts, so please go ahead and begin when you are ready.
All right, thank you. So I'm Renee Gaudral. I'm a part of the Vote 16 BC campaign as a co-lead, and I'm in favor of endorsing Vote 16 and lowering the voting age. There are many reasons why lowering the voting age is so important, and I can't even begin to list them all, but some of the very important ones and ones close to my heart are that voting, when it starts at 16, due to the school culture and the peer culture that surrounds 16-year-olds, it will create lifelong voting habits, as the culture of these kids around them will depend on it. It will also force politicians to address youth-driven issues such as the school curriculum, student loans, climate change with their platforms. And it's really the only real way to progress as a democracy and as a population. Because if the children that are going to be the future aren't a part of building their own future, I think, it's a future that, they won't own and thus will not want to improve and, will stray away from. And, the youth are at the center of every movement right now. They're at the center of the pandemic. They're on the front lines. The youth organized incredible movements around Black Lives Matter and the climate crisis in the past year alone, let alone since the movements have started. So I think they're really driven individuals that, care about their environment, care about their communities, and deserve to have the right to vote within them. Lowering the voting age isn't just lowering the voting age. It sets off sort of a dominoes effect. It allows more youth to be a part of politics, which will lead to more young candidates running. It will lead to younger MLAs. It will lead to, youth as a part of city council, school boards. And it's not unprecedented, this change. It's been done tons of times before. It's been done in Scotland. It's been done in Wales. It's been done in towns in the US. It's been done all over the world before. And it's only ever brought good change about. With Wales had their first election recently, where 16-year-olds were allowed to vote, and they voted in their first non-binary mayor. They voted in their first young mayor. The voters that were aged 16 to 17, when allowed to vote in Tacoma Park, Maryland, had a voter turnout rate of 4 times higher than voters over 18. And it's just overall increased the voting population. It has also increased civics education within schools, because obviously kids today aren't getting a great deal of political education within schools, and I understand that is one of the biggest points against us. But first of all, voting today doesn't really, it's not, one of the requirements to vote isn't to be politically educated. However, if we had politically engaged individuals voting, I think the voting system would have a higher impact than it does. Obviously, it is the most important system we have in our democracy. And imagine harnessing all of that power, because kids will be taught political education within schools since they are voting. And overall, it just brings about so many great changes. And I think it is absolutely pertinent to our growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. You do have questions from councillors, which you're at liberty to answer if you'd like to do that. And Councillor Boyle is first. You go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you so much for making the time to sign up and speak to us and waiting many days to do so. I'm curious, one of the questions from council when I presented this motion the other day was about whether it had impacted voter turnout in jurisdictions where they have made this change already. And you spoke a bit to that. I wonder if there's anything else that you'd like council to know in terms of impacts to voter turnout.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, like I mentioned, Tacoma Park in Maryland, the voter turnout was 4 times higher than voters over 18 or voters under 18. The first year they were allowed to vote, it was an incredible change. Austria has also lowered the voting age, and they have the number one voter turnout in Europe after they did that, with 79% participation versus the average European 64%. So that was definitely a huge change as well. Scotland first when they first lowered the voting age, the voter turnout was incredibly impressive that year. The voter turnout rose from 54% to 75% after the voting age was lowered. So definitely there are some very impressive statistics, but I think every country or every region that has done this has recorded a huge boost in the voter turnout and of engaged individuals that were, out on the streets rallying for their chosen candidates. And it's just brought a lot of political change.
Thanks for that. I wonder too if you could speak to, I know one of the criticisms that gets thrown out is that young people will just vote like their parents do. And I have a 17-year-old, I can tell you, she doesn't listen to us that well. But I wonder if you have a response to that concern as well.
I definitely do. Voting like their parents, I understand that that's one of the biggest, like, we get that criticism all the time whenever we talk to anyone. But as much as I would like to say that, that can happen at any age, and, influences are all around you. So you get influenced by something or the other, no matter if you're 16 or if you're 40. I would also like to put forward the point that if children can vote like their parents, why can't parents vote like their children? It's, the future is their children's. So if they sat down and had conversations within their home before the voting age was lowered and after the voting age was lowered, of how their children would like to carry out their future and what leaders they are looking for to do that, then why can't the reverse be true as well? And why can't we have these healthy discussions in our home, which will, I think, eventually lead to a lot of political change as well.
Thank you. I think that's all of my time, but really, again, appreciate your leadership on this issue.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. And you do also have questions, Renee, from Councillor Weeb. So Councillor Weeb, please go ahead.
Yeah, and looking at the research, I see that a lot of countries showcase that the earlier the person votes for the first time, the more likely they are to continuously vote through their lifetime. Is that something that you're seeing as
Absolutely.
well, that the earlier we can get people involved in voting, the better chance throughout their life they will be a voter?
Yes, absolutely. That is one of the biggest reasons we want to lower the voting age as well, because if you vote one time, you're going to vote every time. It's like statistically proven. I've seen it all around me in my life. And it's the earlier, why 16 years old is such an impactful age to start voting, and will definitely ensure that these kids vote for the rest of their lives, and also encourage other people to vote, is, as I mentioned before, 16 years old and 17 years old, they're still in school. So if one person is going out and voting, and they mention it to their friends, and they're like, decide to sort of make it like an event, like, yeah, we'll all go and vote together, like we'll all go and register to vote. It becomes like the sort of peer culture and community culture that kids in school have, causes it to become like a ripple effect throughout that school. And I think it will encourage a lot more people to vote and go out and make voting this thing that they do every time an election rolls around. And I think it will definitely create lifelong and very great habits of voting and getting engaged in who you're voting for, and researching the candidates and everything. And I think it would be such a positive change.
Yeah, and second question, has your campaign been working with school boards and teacher unions and others to see how we can create nonpartisan civic training to increase the awareness and understanding of civic politics?
Definitely. I think so. We've been endorsed by BCTF and several organizations such as that, and we are working with them on having discussions and possibly also in the future looking into implementing such things. And that's another reason why they support us so much and are very connected with our campaign, is because several teachers and teachers unions see that this is such a important thing to have in schools. And kids today do need to be educated on politics as much as they can go out and do the research themselves. I think it needs to be a part of the school curriculum as well. And so
Perfect. I'm excited, and thanks for coming to speak today.
Thank you so
Just
much.
a bit of time. Thank you, Councillor Weave. And thank you, Renee. Thanks very much for coming to speak to council. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker number 2 is Carlo Santos. Carlo, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to make your remarks to council.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlos Santos, and I'm currently in grade 11 at Point Grey Secondary School. Today, I speak to you asking for your support in lowering the voting age to 16 years old. As young people, it doesn't take reaching a certain age to see how we can improve the world we live in. I can name so many of my peers who have bright ideas about how to bring about change and are involved in so much political action around their communities, both in and out of school. Yet none of us have a say when it comes to choosing which person would get to represent our ideas and neighborhood in government. With so much at stake, shouldn't youth get involved, especially if the decisions made today can leave lasting impacts that can be felt years down the line? For myself, I've had experiences volunteering at the aquarium or being in my social studies classes where I found that there are so many things at stake for our future that I worry about constantly, and that politicians should too. While I already go out and sign petitions and write to my local elected officials about what's impacting my life and my community, oftentimes my emails or messages go unresponded. I feel that so much more political pressure could be put on contentious issues by having hundreds or thousands of additional people show up at the polls. Sure, some people might bring up that 16 and 17-year-olds aren't quote-unquote mature enough to vote for the next mayor, but frankly, when is anyone truly mature enough to elect someone into office? You'll get joke votes at any age, regardless, but you've already seen that countless youth are out there marching for stronger climate action, Black and Indigenous lives, stopping Asian hate, and among other issues. So why not get youth involved in the electoral process? Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much. You do have a question from Councillor Weave, which you're at liberty to answer if you'd like to. Councillor Weave, go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, you brought up a point where youth components of master plans seem to be the easiest ones to be kind of missed or removed from a project, like the little skate park at Sunset and others. Do you think by reducing the voter age, it will put more onus on elected officials to listen to our youth population to ensure that those elements in the city continue to be brought forward and get built?
Could you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Yeah, so the question is, do you think by reducing the voter age to 16, it will put more onus on the elected officials to ensure that youth elements to large projects get incorporated, because there will be more pressure for elected officials to represent 16-year-olds in their final projects or master plans or what we're putting forward as a city?
For sure. You may have already known that the provincial government has like a youth correspondence with an MLA. And I think that there should definitely be more youth involvement in politics, because we are the ones that are inheriting all the infrastructure, inheriting the city generations from now. And I think more ideas from youth should be heard from, and more input from youth should be allowed into public discussion.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Great. Thank you so much, Carlo, for speaking to council. There aren't any more questions for you, but we appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, Margie Sanderson. Margie, are you on the line?
Vice Chair Kirby-Yung, that speaker has withdrawn. Vice Chair Kirby-Yung, can you hear me?
Yep. Great. Thank you for that, clerk. Speaker number 4 is Emma Potchley.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Emma. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, Council. It's an honor to be speaking with you all today in favor of endorsing the Vote 16 BC campaign. I am currently 16 years old, so this is a meaningful issue that directly impacts me. Well, I kind of have a lot to say, so I'll just get started now to not lose time. So Vancouver has this reputation as an example-setting, progressive, innovative city. In the beginning of your council meetings even, you state your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I believe these values directly relate to the Vote 16 BC campaign, which calls for equitable voting rights in our province. Lowering the voting age would lead to more inclusive policy that addresses the needs of youth as well as of adults, thereby more accurately representing the population. Proper representation is essential for a fair democracy. The inclusion of youth is important as we are certainly affected by politics, both by present-day decisions and their future impact. The COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent recovery has showcased this. 16 and 17-year-olds commonly work what are now known as frontline jobs. After school, I go grocery shopping. The girl who sits in front of me in math class checks out my groceries. My dance partner hands me my takeout order at the restaurant. My drama group member checks my dog in at the vet's office. We have no say in protections, in our own safety. We had no say in the reopening of schools, but we had to deal with the exposures, the isolations, and the inevitable infections. Young people were disproportionately impacted by unemployment during the economic shutdown. In the first wave alone, 90% of job losses were in the service sector, which includes retail and food services, making youth aged 15 to 24 the most vulnerable. Then followed this past year of closing and reopening. And you can't work from home when you're a cashier at Cineplex or a host at your local Italian restaurant. We're inheriting a broken housing and job market, with the pandemic only exacerbating existing problems. Competition for even minimum wage entry-level jobs is ridiculous right now, and 16 and 17-year-olds are more affected than older populations. We're concerned about the long-term recovery. We have the most at stake in political decisions made in the present day because this is literally our future. Long-term consequences will affect us for years and decades to come. But we have been denied a voice, and that needs to change. Petitions, walkouts, letters to officials, they really only do so much. This endorsement will bring youth closer to having a say in decisions that directly affect our health, safety, livelihoods, and future. So this impact of COVID-19 on youth shows just how much responsibility we bear, how much we contribute to society. We can legally work, even full-time. We then pay taxes to a government we have no say in choosing. In addition, we have the right to drive, or, to put it another way, the right to operate potentially deadly machinery. We can drop out of school. We can get married or join the Army Reserves with parental permission. We can even consent for healthcare procedures on our own. What this means is that youth my age, and even younger as there's no set minimum age, are deemed capable in BC to consent to medical procedures and treatment on their own, such as a current example, the COVID vaccination, even overriding the will of our own parents. The law considers us capable because we can fully understand the healthcare and can weigh the consequences and outcomes of it. The scale of considering various options to make an informed decision is the same here as for voting. See, this is a type of development psychology term known as cold cognition. Cold cognition is a concept which involves information processing, evaluating options, and making decisions. This is fully developed by the age of 16, whereas hot cognition is emotional and social cognition, which continues developing until the mid-20s. On the other hand, even though this is used as an argument commonly for denying youth the voting age because we are too undeveloped mentally to vote, cognitive decline also occurs with age, to the extent that seniors 80 plus in BC need a medical exam every 2 years, which checks if they have the judgment skills needed for driving, even though youth do not need the same test. At the same time, voter turnout among people 75 plus is significant, but there are no limitations to voting rights, because this would be totally ridiculous. Imagine trying to deny seniors the right to vote. Deficits in executive cognitive function, decision-making, and working memory occur, but, we can't argue for that. So why does the same argument, why can that be used for 16 and 17-year-olds when it can't be used for people with even serious mental or neurological disabilities? In fact, this is because Canada has no laws to exclude voters on the basis of mental or cognitive incompetence. The Canada Elections Act was amended in 1993 so that there will be no requirement of mental competence or judgmental capacity, as it limited our free and democratic society. The brief history lesson aside, this shows that even if it could be argued that 16-year-olds are mentally or cognitively incompetent, although the research certainly proves otherwise, excluding us from voting on this basis of limitation of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So if you've contributed to society, are affected by political decisions, and are fully competent in making voting decisions, as proven by our other legal rights and responsibilities in BC, as well as psychological research, what logical reason remains for us to decide the right? We deserve a say in our future.
Emma, that is your time. You are over the 5 minutes, but you do have a question from Councillor Swanson. So I'm going to advance Councillor Swanson. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for signing up to speak and for supporting this initiative. You've really done a lot of research, I can tell in your talk here. I was just wanting to ask you, if 16-year-olds got the vote, do you think we'd have a better chance of getting things like paid sick leave, higher minimum wage, free college tuition, things like that?
I mean, personally, I know a lot of students who are against free college tuition. I mean, I can't say I agree, but I think, well, there would be more of a variety of opinions. And at the end of the day, like, it's not about like getting things passed. I mean, there are benefits, but that differs with different people. Not everyone agrees with the same thing. But at the end of the day, it's more about having everybody's voices heard, even if they don't agree with certain issues. But I mean,
okay,
like you see,
go
like
ahead.
more of a variety.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, and thank you, Emma. Though you don't have any further questions, but thank you for speaking today.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we have on the signed up speakers list, Speaker 5, Dia Karchin. We have Dia on the line, Clerk.
Vice Chair, Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Okay, how about Speaker 6, Tess Blake?
Speaker 6 is not on the line either.
Okay, that does conclude our speakers today, Council. So we will now move on to debate and decision on the motion. If you do wish to speak to the motion, please put yourself on the queue. And Councillor Boyle, I see that you are on there. Would you like to proceed and go ahead?
I would, thanks. Thanks, Chair. I want to start by saying a huge thank you and congratulations to the young people who have been running this campaign for a while now, doing, I think, really impressive advocacy work, mobilizing other young people, speaking to their elected officials, really modeling the way that young people engage in politics. And I want to speak to, I think our speakers laid out a lot of the important reasons why this matters. I want to speak to two of my own experiences on this. And the first is the incredible young people that I have gotten to work with in this term in office and before being elected, working on issues that affect all of our future, and that particularly affect their future because they will hopefully and likely live many years longer than me and others in elected office. And I've seen how thoughtfully and seriously they've grappled with those issues. I know Council has heard from many young people who have deferred post-secondary educations, who have put aside many of the sort of fun things young people get to do to spend their time dedicated to addressing critical issues like climate change. The amount of energy they put into that, I think, is a testament to the importance of their voices in these decisions. And we should give them more weight. They care and their voices matter. And I'll just add another experience to say I have a teenager, and I see right up close every day her and her friends grappling with very serious issues. You know, the lives that they're living through a pandemic, and the futures that they're facing down with the heat waves that we are about to experience, with the news around the history of residential schools and colonization in this country. These are young people, these are just regular young people grappling with the hard realities and political realities of the lives that all of us live, and they're engaging in them, they're not escaping them. And again, they can and should have a say in the way that we're responding to these issues, because it will impact their futures the most. So again, so grateful for the leadership of young people on this issue, and I hope that we can give them the credit they deserve in supporting this call and helping amplify it to senior levels of government. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Councillor Boyle. And I'll ask the clerk to advance Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the young folks that have been part of this campaign. I think it's a really great campaign, and I hope you get the vote.
Short and sweet. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I think this is critical. I think that there's a lot of people that I know that have only recently voted in their late 30s, 40s for the first time. And I think that we need to get more people involved at a younger age. Research shows that the earlier people vote, the more they'll become voters throughout their life. I also think that there's a lot of people that live in voter households. And so you're seeing parents vote, then they vote. But a lot of people that don't come from those households never get involved and never get to be involved in the process of shaping their city. And I think this is critical to hopefully open up the doors for new families and new people to be able to become voters and be a part of civic discourse. I think it's really important for us to ensure that we are delivering on youth services and the future. So I really appreciate this campaign and look forward to seeing where it goes, because I think it's exciting if we can get more people involved to make sure we're making better decisions.
Great, thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Dominato, you're up next. Go ahead. Councillor Dominato, can you hear us? Third and final call for Councillor Dominato. I see she's getting her headset on. Councillor Dominato.
Hi, thanks, Chair. Sorry, my computer's about to die. Yeah, thanks. Just in brief, wanting to support this motion, a couple of reasons. I was reflecting on this over the last week or so, and a number of the speakers that spoke to with the age of 16, what we can consent to in this country. And, someone referenced driving, that yes, we license young people at the age of 16 to drive a motor vehicle. Many young people work at the age of 16, are also having to file income tax and forms for their employment. You can consent to sex at the age of 16. There's a whole laundry list of things that are permissible under our current laws. But what we heard from young people today, and Councillor Boyle noted this, is that we have a very conscientious group of young people, and I suspect not just today, but many that predated many of us was when we were young people, who are very interested in what's going on in the world around them, and are engaged in conversations with their families about issues of the day. The issues of today are different than the issues 30 years ago, maybe when we were growing up, some of us. But I'm just saying is that there is this is a common conversation around the sort of dinner table of families for many, is about world events, both local and national and international. And the young people I've interacted with are very passionate about what's happening in the world and their future. And then the other part of this that I think is also an opportunity is that even if young people, even if there's a change to the age of 16, young people do not choose to exercise their right to vote at 16, it does build, to the point that Councillor Weeb was making, is that literacy around the importance of engaging in the democratic process and having a voice and participating. And there are initiatives. I was trying to support Student Vote Canada in making inroads into our schools when I was working in the public sector to do education around the time that there's federal and provincial elections, that young people understand what's taking place, how it works. Take your kids to the polls. So but I think that civic engagement is really important. And I think we've been seeing over time, it's actually been dwindling, is that not just at the federal provincial level, but if you look at the recent civic elections, that voted for, I think, less than 40% of possible registered voters. And so So I think to build that literacy, it's happening in the school system, but I think there is an opportunity there to add, voice and also to build that civic literacy. So happy to support the motion.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, you're up next, and I will just note for Council that Councillor Bly is on the queue, but she's showing up as me for now, but it's not really me, it's Councillor Bly. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And first of all, my apologies to all the speakers. I would love to have heard you present. I was on a leave of absence for civic business representing the city on a new Metrovan zero emissions innovation center, which is great. But I would have loved to have heard you, because every time young people and others coming with a notion of supporting youth come to speak to us, I find it so unbelievably inspiring. And so I think lowering the voting age for me makes sense from a number of perspectives. The intelligence and passion of youth in this generation, the sustainability teens as an example, but there are many other examples, are, I think, a really good measure of that. And certainly in my experience and from looking at electoral reform issues, getting youth while they're still in school knowledgeable about and engaged in the process of voting has shown in other jurisdictions to be the most pivotal way to increase voter turnout generally over the whole lifetime of a person. So I am fully in support of this and really appreciate Councillor Boyle for bringing it forward.
Great, thank you, Councillor Carr. And Councillor Bly, I see that you are back in living color. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, right. That is my name. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy to support this motion and to speak in favor. I'm not going to repeat what's already been stated, particularly by our speakers who were extremely well informed, but certainly on a personal note, as a mother of a 16-year-old who comes home from school learning about various levels of government and all of the issues, just wrapped up a research paper on homelessness in Vancouver. This is an incredibly well-informed, self-led generation. And I think even change has changed even in the last 5 years since my daughter was 16. So it's moving quite rapidly. And I think that the issues that we are tackling in our society today and globally require their voices at the table. And I think they're already there. So it's almost like a bit of a surprise, I think, to many that they don't actually get to vote, yet they're asked to consider some of these big issues that touch them quite personally in their lives, whether it is around education or climate change or generally, equity issues, diversity issues, issues related to inclusion. These are all big topics that are actively being discussed in schools. And so I think that it's an important one. I would oppose the notion, and I appreciated the speaker's response in that we can sort of presuppose how a generation of 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds would vote on particular issues. I actually, I oppose the idea that this could be used as some way to sort of gather a broader voting base. And I'm not suggesting that that's sort of being implied, but I feel quite strongly that we need to maintain the spirit of this, which is autonomy and choice and empowerment around being able to cast a vote based on education and of the issues and forming their own opinions, whether or not they're inspired by and sort of expanded upon based on family discussions with parents and siblings. But I think at the end of the day, we have a generation up and coming that are extremely informed and care about the issues and recognize and make that connection between decisions that are made today affect them in 5 years and 10 years and beyond. So very happy to support, really appreciate the speakers who came to speak, and thank Councillor Boyle for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. And seeing no other councillors on the queue, says she slowly, just in case anybody wants to. Nope. Okay, then I will ask the clerk to take us to a vote on the endorsing the Vote 16 BC campaign to lower the voting age to 16 across British Columbia motion. Please vote on screen, Council.
Vice Chair, does Councillor Bly need a vote assist?
Councillor Bly, do you need a vote assist?
My panel is showing that I voted in favor. If that's not registering with the clerks, I will need a vote assist and I'll restart my computer.
I'm wondering, clerk, if because my vote seems to be changing, if somehow Councillor Bly and I are crossing wires on the panel somehow.
Yeah, and it looks like. And Councillor Kirby-Young, do you require a vote assist as well?
I have voted. You're not showing mine?
No, it looks as though you've abstained.
I have.
Okay. Okay, then it's all good.
Okay, and can I ask the clerk to read out that has passed with none in opposition? Okay, Council, that concludes this item of business, and I see that Chair Carr is back. So looking for nod for affirmation, I will turn the floor back over to her for the next item, which is item 11.
Thanks, Vice Chair Kirby-Young, very much for picking that up for me. And yes, I am back. So we are on to the next referred motion, which is item 11.
Procedure, if I may.
Yes.
I just note that we have a number of speakers on this item, and I was wondering if the plan was to break at 5 as we typically do. I know we're starting at 3 today, but we've all had long days, and I do have a childcare pickup, so I'm just trying to plan appropriately. Thank you.
Councillor, there's no motion to do anything but that right now. We the normal procedure would we would break from 5 to 6 and then return to complete our business. So I'm not expecting, unless somebody brings forward a motion, that I'm not in.
I just wanted to give the public a heads up if anybody else had planned to bring one, and I also just wanted to state why I'd be absent if it did go forward from 5 to 6 without me. Thank you.
Yeah, fine. As I say, nothing like that's on the floor at this point. But thanks for the information. Okay, we're on referred item 11, as I say, and that's supporting hotel workers' rights to return to their jobs at living wages. That's members' motion B4, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Boyle. So we will now hear speakers on this motion, for which there are a total of 6. The first is Horatio Garcia. Horatio Garcia, are you on the line?
Chair Carr, Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, we will move to Nim Calvez, speaker number 2.
Hello?
Yes, is this Nim Calvez?
Yes, it's Nim.
Go ahead, we can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nim Calvez, and I am speaking as a room attendant at the Pinnacle Hotel Harbourfront in downtown Vancouver and as a member of Unite Here Local 40. I'm speaking today in support of hotel workers' rights to return to their job at living wages. Before I begin, I acknowledge that I speak from the unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. As a guest, I am indebted to the First Nations and their lands on which I live and work. The COVID-19 pandemic affected many people's lives when it hit us last March. But the hotel industry was hit especially hard. I was laid off along with 50,000 other hotel workers across the province. The majority of us working at hotels are women and people of color like me. Many of us have families to care for and children to feed. I went from being able to live a comfortable life and supporting my family to barely making ends meet. Right now, I've used up all my savings in order to survive. My family has been devastated by the pandemic. We work in hospitality industry. I have two siblings who work on a cruise ship and another at a hotel in the Philippines. We are all struggling, and on top of that, we lost my dad during the pandemic. It's been a rough and stressful time for family, and I'm sure for the rest of us. I am fortunate to still have enough savings to keep afloat, but I don't know how much more I can sustain this. While my hotel has agreed to extend recall rights because of the pandemic, I am disappointed and angry that this isn't the same for all hotel workers. For a year, hotel workers fought for the right to return to our jobs, and it took a year for Pinnacle, the same with Hyatt, Westin, and Georgia, to agree to us to bring back to work. I believe that many more hotels should be doing the same. We are all We are all desperately waiting for industry to come back so we can return to work. Hotels are firing women to replace them with cheaper hires. Most hotels have not committed to bringing back their staff. Instead, we see hotels like Shangri-La and Fairmont Waterfront fire workers and refuse to recall workers back to their jobs when business returns. This is 21st century. Why are women being treated like they're in an earlier era? That's why Unite Here Local 40 launched the BC Unequal Women campaign to call attention to the devastating impact of the pandemic on racialized women in the hotel industry. Women are hurting right now. No one should lose their jobs because of a temporary health crisis. If the city of Vancouver is committed to a COVID recovery plan that takes care of people, especially racialized women, I ask that they do the right thing and support us. I urge City Council to pass the motion and support hotel workers' right to return to their pre-pandemic jobs at living wages. Women like me need to know we have hotel jobs to return to once the pandemic is over. Our lives depend on it. Thank you very much. Do you have time left?
Yeah. You're fine for time, but if you can still say some more. You do have up to 5 minutes to address council. You do have questions though from a councillor if you also want to stay on the line to answer the questions.
Sure. I can stay the line.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Swanson, questions up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nim, for coming in and for working so hard for supporting hotel workers' rights. So
thank you so much, Jean.
You said that your hotel is going to be hiring you back, is giving you recall rights. Is that right? The hotel that you work for?
Yes.
So this shows that. So what I'm thinking is, so this shows that it can be done, right? So some hotels aren't doing it and some hotels are. And what we want is for all of them to do it.
Oh, yes, it's very easy. What we keep saying is it doesn't cost them a penny. It's free. Recall rights is free. It's basically your job security, and it doesn't cost them anything, but they don't want to do it because all these workers have been in their jobs for 20 to 40 years, and they became expensive for their employers. Like, can you imagine the amount of vacations that they've accumulated, the living wages that they've fought for, the pension, the benefits, everything, over 20 to 40 years of fighting. And all of a sudden, here comes COVID, and everyone is making it as an excuse to terminate everybody, and they wanted as cheap labor. And it's so crazy that I see all over the media, social media, TV, that we're struggling to hiring people. Yeah, because you fire your long-term workers, and now you're complaining that you cannot find a workforce. Like, it's a career, and people are not gonna wait years for you to just for nothing. You know, it's a promise of job security is the simplest thing that the employer can do.
So these hotels, have they been getting government money because of COVID to help them make it through the pandemic?
Yes, so there was 2 bailouts. I am not sure with the first amount of money, but the recent one is around 105 million. And there is also a wage subsidy program, which covers up to 75% of the wages of the employees. And a lot of this hotel is not using this the help that the government created for them. And we're so disappointed because the government give what they call this help for the employees, but there is no what they call this caveat, or there is no protection for the workers. They can basically do whatever we want with the help or with the bailout that the government gave them.
So it's for the hotel owners, not for the people that actually do all the work.
Nope, it's for them. It's for the hotel owners. They can pay their managers, the GM, director of operations, the HR, whoever in the management position can do that, but not for the workers.
Okay, so
and
the
that's
big
what they've been
issue.
doing.
Okay, Jean, Councillor Swanson, I'm sorry, but it's 3 minutes of questions to speakers, and I'm sorry you've just used up your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so we are now on to and thank you very much, Nim, for coming to speak. We really appreciate you taking the time and also answering the questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, wait a second, don't leave. There actually are more questions for you. Are you still on the line?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Fry, questions.
Thanks.
You?
Thanks, Chair. Nim, I was hoping to ask you a bit about living wage and where is living wage done in the hospitality sector? How many employers provide a living wage?
How many employers? I'm sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure if I understand.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the employment sort of profile and living wage within that sector. Are you paid a living wage in normal times?
Yes. So actually, the one thing, the hospitality industry, we are considered getting a living wage. We actually, we have a pretty good wages. Which, when I said it took us 20 to 40 years to fight for this, it just didn't happen overnight.
Because I recall some conversations prior to the pandemic where we were seeing through various programs to sort of shorten the amount of work hours for, in particular, housekeeping workers, through the sort of programs to recycle your sheets and maybe not call for linen changes every day, but rather wait till the end of your stay, that kind of thing. And that was seen as compromising the ability of hotel workers in particular to have a living wage. And I'm just wondering where that had landed prior to the pandemic, and if there's any thoughts on post-pandemic.
So that's like one of the another campaign that we did, and unfortunately, that problem falls into our workload, and it is coming back because of the pandemic. The employer doesn't want it as a clean room because it's health and safety, and we only clean checkout rooms, and because of that, they can only even my hotel, who has promised to recall their workers, there's only certain room attendants and workers that can go back to work because we don't clean the room every day. It's 100% occupancy. They can only, usually there's like 10 room attendants because we only clean checkout rooms, and it's going to be another fight.
Yeah, sure. And I think we all appreciate the importance of good cleaning protocol in the context of a pandemic and recovering from that. So appreciate you coming to speak to us today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, thank you again. And that's it for your questions. So we're on to the next speaker is Mark Beeching. Is Mark Beeching on the line?
Chair Carr, Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Thank you. And Speaker 4, Raj Chadaka.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 5, Naden Abenis.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello. Hi, this is Naden. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, sure. Okay. Good afternoon, council. My name is Nadine Benes, and I'm a Vancouver resident. I work at Hyatt Regency as a room attendant downtown for 12 years. I am also a member of Uniter Local 40. I'm speaking today in support of the motion regarding hotel workers' right to return to their job at a living wage. When the pandemic hit last March, I was laid off along with 50,000 hotel workers. Hold on. Okay, so I'm living in a house right now with, it's been really hard for me. I moved twice since the pandemic started, and I feel like I'm going through hell. I'm living in a house in Vancouver, which is shared with 10 other people and their friends. The noise level is just over the top. It's just hard for me to sleep at night. Sharing the kitchen, I guess I can't cook is because it's just overcrowded. And so my brother cooks for me and brings me food, or I actually buy food, they cook. I've been staying at my girlfriend's place sometimes to try to get better sleep while looking for a new home. I mean, having 2 pets is just kind of difficult for me to find an affordable housing. But it's really hard. My anxiety has skyrocketed. I stopped taking medication because I couldn't afford it. It costs a lot of money. I know I'm not alone. Right now, hotels are using the pandemic as an excuse to attack jobs that are disproportionately held by women. Many hotels in Vancouver are refusing to commit to bringing workers back to their jobs when business returns. While my hotel Hyatt has agreed to extend recall rights and bring us back to work when business returns, it took months of negotiation with my employer. So, women and people of colors and majority of hotel workers in Vancouver, we are bearing the brunt of the pandemic, and hotels should commit to bringing us back. We need our job back because the economy is going to recover. That's the most decent thing that they could do. Unite Here, Local 40 launched the Busy Unequal Woman campaign to call attention to the devastating impact of the pandemic. So, regionalized woman in the hotel industry. I am one of these women. And the city of Vancouver is committed to a COVID recovery plan and cares about women. I ask that they do the right thing and support us. I urge council to pass the motion and support hotel workers' right to return to their pre-COVID jobs at a living wage. No one deserves to lose their job and livelihood because of the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay. And you do have questions. Would you mind staying on the line to answer questions from council?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for phoning in, Nadine. It's really good to hear voices of the people who are intimately affected by this. Do you have any idea when you might be recalled by the hotel to work?
Okay. Yeah. So Hyatt is kind of unique. It's totally different from the other GVHA, Greater Vancouver Hotel, like Pinnacle, where Nim works, and Westin. They have done nothing to have plans for reopening. Let's just say there's 300 people that work at Hyatt, and only basically probably 6 to 10% are recalled back to work. And those people that are recalled back to work, basically, I'm in a housekeeping department, and there's like 80 of us in housekeeping, and we brought back only, let's just say, they recall 15 people, but only 3 to 5 people have scheduled. The 2 batch after the first batch, they only have their 2 hours of health and safety training, and they haven't been on schedule. So basically, for me, I'm a middle seniority because I've been with Hyatt for 12 years. I don't see myself, going back. Our recall expired 2022 of June, and if I'm not going back this summer or fall, I'm done. Basically, I could be terminated, laid off permanently, and that goes along with my other coworkers. So I get phone calls every day asking, because I'm on a committee, asking when if I do have an idea of us going back, and did have email our gym asking for reopening plans as of yesterday, and he got back and basically just saying they're gonna reopen the restaurant, but it depends on the occupancy. So, but I'm just saying we are really scared of not making that recall right through June of 2022. So basically, this is their plan to get terminated, and a lot of my coworkers, the one that got laid off before the pandemic, they are working part-time somewhere to stay afloat, and some actually are not. Like me, I'm on EI, but actually I'm just working temporary contract work for 3 months, and after that I'm back to EI again. And a lot of my coworkers now, their EI is gonna run out September. Come September, they have no other means of, getting, I guess, wages unless they have to find another part-time job. And right now, I'm looking at the employment, and a lot of work that offers minimum wage, no benefits, and it's just part-time. There's
Naden,
it's just
Naden, if I could just interrupt for a second. Councillor Swanson is out of time for her questions, so I'm going to move on and ask another councillor on the list to ask questions, if that's okay. So I'm just going to move to. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, over to you for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Nim. Thanks for coming to council, and thanks for sharing your experience. I used to work in the hotel and tourism sector, so I understand what you're describing. You said that in terms of the projection for returning to work really depends on occupancy, which basically means the percent of rooms that are filled or how many customers in the hotel, right? So I'm wondering, would it be helpful also for council to advocate for the tourism industry? So for example, when the US border reopens, that will bring more customers back. If the cruise ship passengers, if it's confirmed there's going to be a cruise season next summer, that will bring more customers back. If there's more events in downtown, that brings more people in, stay at hotels. So is it helpful for council to also advocate just to support the hotel industry and get it up and running? Because that will bring you customers and bring you back to work. Is that right?
Yes, it's very helpful. I mean, right now, like it's my idea to be pushing our GM to have a reopening plan. It's a lot of this hotel doesn't actually stay connected with my coworkers. I mean, we're just kind of being ghosts. There's no email saying, COVID vaccinations are done and we have a reopening plan, but there's nothing. So, staying healthy and being safe, we did that, just to protect public health. But now, I mean, we're just asking even the Ministry of Labor. I mean, we did have a hunger strike. There's no help on that end. It's just basically they're saying it's a union bargaining, and the employers between these two, they're not gonna do. But I'm just saying, if the government actually give bailout, you should put a condition that to help not only the employer but the employees too, the workers.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand, but it's also good to get people back into, like you're at the high, into downtown and that, so that people are actually staying there, because I know that the downtown hotels are the hardest hit. If people are starting to travel now, they're going to the wine country or the islands, right? So there's not as many customers going to downtown. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thanks for coming to council.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, and thank you so much, Nathan, for speaking and also answering the questions. So we are now on to the sixth speaker, Ellen Woodsworth. Is Ellen on the line?
I am.
Great, Ellen. Welcome, and you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not sure if the mayor is there, but I really want to thank you all for your long, long hours and your attention to the details and the motion you just passed about supporting lowering the age to 16. Women Transforming Cities did have someone speak the issue, and somehow she just didn't get back on in time. But I really do acknowledge your work and your endless hours in the city that's in crisis right now. And I think that what you've been hearing from these women is the face of Vancouver. And it's the face of a city that's not working right now because of COVID-19 and because these businesses have been laying off women from decent paying jobs. And these are racialized women. These are the women that you said that you wanted to speak in support of and to do things in support of. And they're mothers and they're people who are desperate to work in jobs that they're skilled to work. And if Vancouver wants to, as Councillor Kirby-Young said, to be seen as a vital tourist center that provides a really welcoming city, you need to support the workers in order for that to happen. And I think that these hotels, I'd also in response to Councillor Kirby-Young, these hotels were not always empty. They've been actually occupied by many of the people who've been quarantined. And when they took over the hotels, the provincial government, the federal government took over the contract so that they could put their the people they were quarantining into these hotels. They actually laid off the unionized workers. So these hotels were actually making money at the same time they were paying less wages because they laid off the unionized workers. So that's the nasty face of what has happened to so many of the working class people who make this a great city. And our call for an intersectional feminist economic recovery strategy is based on exactly these figures. The Stats Canada said in the first quarter, 100,000 jobs, women's jobs, were permanently lost. And these were racialized women's jobs. And the workers just cited 50,000 hotel workers who were laid off and are not back at work. So they're not able to be, they're having problems with housing, they're having problems taking care of their kids, they're having problems finding another job because there's so many jobs have been lost, particularly to women. And these are workers that have a good track record. They've got a really well-respected union. The BC Federation of Labor is supporting them. We need to get City Hall behind them and speaking for their right to have their jobs back and to have them back at a living wage. And, I don't think this council wants to see the kind of boycotts that are happening in other municipalities as the only way that the workers can get their voices and their situations heard, as we so painfully heard today. So I urge the City Hall to speak out and to work with the union and the workers and these hotels and the federal government who had bailed out these hotel owners and yet haven't been able to support the workers to get back to work, that this is what we need when we talk about a feminist economic recovery strategy. This is the kind of support that we need from all levels of government. And these are the racialized women who we say, and the city has been clear to say they want to support. But if you don't support them in their situation as paid workers, then they don't have that basic economic situation to address all the other things that they're facing as women and as racialized women. So I urge council to support this. It's not a lot for you to do, but there is a lot to be done, and your voice supporting this motion would make a huge amount of difference. And I think that you have the ear of the BIAs, you have the ear of the Board of Trade, you have the ear of organizations that should be at the table making sure that the workers are back and that Vancouver can be proud to be a city that has a living wage. So I'm happy to be talking with you about this issue because it's very key to Women Transforming Cities and many other women's organizations in this city.
Thank you. And that was perfectly timed. There aren't any questions for you, but Ellen, very much appreciate all that you do and that you've taken the time to come to speak to us on this issue.
I've been here since yesterday because I thought it was so important, and I really appreciate the long hours you've been putting in, and I hope you'll all rally behind this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ellen. So I'm just going, Ellen, are you still on the line? Or, sorry, that's fine. That's good.
No,
I'm just going to go through this list again to see if the speakers are on the line. Just the clerks, if you could let me know. Horatio Garcia, Mark Beeching, Raj Tadaka. Are any of them on the line?
Chair Carr, they are not on the line.
Great. Okay, Council, then we can move to debate and decision. Councillor Swanson, you're first. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things here. This is part of our, we say that we're a city that's committed to equity, inclusion, and diversity. Voting for this motion is part of that commitment. The issue is, should we allow the hotel industry to use the pandemic to erase wages and benefits that have been won by longtime workers? And if COVID has taught us anything, it's that the people who do the frontline work are incredibly valuable, important folks in terms of making our city run. And here is a situation where some hotels, not all of them, and I think this is important because it shows that what we're asking here isn't unreasonable because some hotels are already doing it. Some hotels are firing workers so they can hire new workers at lower wages and with less benefits. And the issue here is, are we going to stick up for the hotel workers who are mostly women, who are mostly racialized, and are we going to support them? And so it's just an advocacy motion. It's not going to cost our staff any work except for the mayor a little bit. So yeah, I think we need to support these folks and give a message to the hotel industry that they need to be paying living wage with good benefits like these people have fought for.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Boyle, you are next.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I will just echo much of what the speakers said and Councillor Swanson said, and add that the courage of these workers in doing so much advocacy, not just for their own rights and their own jobs, but really for the jobs of so many others around them is really, I think, worth noting. It's really inspiring, and I am absolutely happy to support their advocacy and their calls for job security and stability in a right to return, noting the huge impact that this pandemic has had on them. I think it's critical. I think it lines up with so many of the values we say that we believe in, and I hope that it passes strongly. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of comments because I actually come from the hotel sector, so I'm probably pretty intimately familiar with these issues as both from a worker and a management perspective, and worked for a company that had both hotels that unionized that weren't originally, and obviously worked at all the other hotels in the industry. And I know the tourism sector intimately well, and I'm incredibly empathetic to the workers and the hard hit notion of the pandemic. And I think that that's really important. And I think that they need to be respected and honored, and collective agreements need to be honored. I always think it's tricky getting involved in collective agreements because has historically been the role of unions, and I think that needs to be independently respected. I do think that we also want to look at this in terms of protecting people, which is first and foremost, but I think we want to look at it with a point of balance that we have a tourism industry that has been decimated and really hard hit. And I know that most operators would love nothing more than to bring everybody back and have those rooms fill again. Typically, Vancouver runs at around a year-round a 78% hotel occupancy, and I think downtown was down to the teen digits at 17 or 18%. Like that's significant in terms of just not having people in the properties. And so I think, it's sort of important to identify when there just generally isn't the business and versus sort of a deliberate or implicit attempt. And like any industry, there's good actors and bad actors. And there's a lot of hotels that are doing the right thing and that, just really want to get everybody back to work. So I do want to kind of note that we maintain, I think, a bit of balance around the perspective. And it has, not having a healthy tourism sector has enormous and sort of ripple effect implications in terms of direct employment like this and all of the other businesses that rely on that. Because if there aren't people in the hotels and people are not cleaning the rooms, and the hotel workers, the sightseeing companies aren't working, there's less people in the restaurants. It just trickles down, and you see that consistently. So I think that, there's a shared interest here in having a healthy industry and having, well compensated workers with strong benefits. But I did think it was important to add a couple of comments, a little bit of balance to the conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I do believe that takes us to the end of the speakers. And Madam Clerk, I believe that you can take us to the vote on this. Councillor Bly, do you need a vote assist?
I believe Councillor Bly has left the meeting, Chair.
I'm just going to get thank you for that confirmation from the clerk.
Chair Carr, yeah, we don't see Councillor Bly on the WebEx, so we're just checking in.
Quite a privilege. I did receive a note from Councillor Bly that she had to attend to children and so had to duck out of the meeting.
Clerk, is that satisfactory for you?
Yes, Chair Carr. We'll mark her as absent.
Thank you. That did pass with no one in opposition. Okay, so we have only 2 speakers on the line for the next issue, so I'm thinking we could move ahead. If I could turn the chair over to Vice Chair Kirby-Young. This is my motion. I appreciate that, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carr. So, Council, we are now just going to commence with item, or my mouse is stuck here, with item 12, the motion that's titled Pursuing Emission-Free Landscaping Equipment in the City of Vancouver, which was moved by Councillor Carr, has been seconded, and questions have been asked. So we will commence with speakers. So we'll ask our first speaker, who is Dave Demers, who's currently serving as Vice Chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. Dave, are you on the line?
To point of procedure, Chair, do we need to extend for this one speaker past 5 p.m. since it's 4:51?
I think we have time to do the one speaker. Okay. And unless there's a will of council to extend beyond that, we will conclude at 5.
Okay. I'm happy to move to extend to hear this one speaker.
Would you be willing to do that? We have, I'm told, 2 speakers on the line. Councillor DeGenova.
I probably couldn't do 2 depending on questions, just because of childcare pickup reasons, but I will try and listen. Thank you.
Okay, but I just want to be clear, are you making a motion to hear the 2 speakers that we have on the line or no?
I I'm fine to do that if others want to. I'm just saying I won't be able to personally stay, but happy to support that. I'll be able to listen, but not be on WebEx. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor DeGeneres moved that. All in favor?
Aye.
Hey.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none? Okay, we will proceed to hear these two speakers. So Dave, are you on the line?
I sure am.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
All right. Vice Chair Kirby-Young, councillors, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak here today on this very topic. It's one topic that I've been involved with for actually quite a few years. I'm here today representing the Park Board, of which I'm the Vice Chair, but I've also been a landscaper for 25 years plus. So later on in these notes, I'll share a few more personal thoughts on this motion. And of course, I'm speaking in support of this motion here today. So at Park Board a little while back, we passed a motion that seeks to transition from gas equipment to emission-free small engines for all the maintenance we do in our parks. The good news is we're already 1/3 into that transition, and we expect to be 100% emission-free by 2024, so less than 3 years from now. We have over 500 such two-stroke or small engines in our parks, and they're all being replaced as they reach or end of life. On our golf courses, it's actually closer to 80% of our equipment that is battery powered, and that includes some of the regular engines, so the regular 4-stroke engines. And to picture this, you just imagine those large ride-on mowers that we use to keep our golf courses clean. So what I'd like to insist here is a simple fact. If Park Board can maintain several hundred acres of parks going 100% battery operated, I'm sure homeowners and commercial landscapers can achieve the same. And it's not just a change in sensibility that's making this possible. What's making this possible now is the great progress in the battery technology that powers that emission-free equipment. As a landscaper 12, 13 years ago, the suppliers would simply laugh me out of the room when I asked for such battery equipment. It simply did not exist. But now, all the big suppliers release models every year that substantially improve on the previous models. So it's partly based on that fast pace and sustained improvement on the technology that Park Board based its decision to impose such an aggressive timeline for that transition. So when we talk about when we weight this idea of transitioning to battery powered, we often talk first and foremost, if not only, about the power. So is this gas leaf blower as powerful as that battery one? So that power is a useful measurement, yes, but I think we should also all consider other details too. So for example, we should be thinking of the health of the users, so the people holding those machines and the battery-powered equipment in terms of ergonomics, ease of use, in terms of the simple lack of vibration created by the non-existent engine, and the fumes that are also non-existent. So that greatly advantages the battery equipment. There's also the health of our communities, and here I'll just mention the noise complaints we all receive pretty much every day. And the health of the biosphere, our biosphere, those two-stroke engines are they're evil. They're the most polluting of them all. So even if a worker was to do, let's say, an overall 5-10% efficiency with a battery blower, wouldn't you think that all those other benefits make up for that drop in efficiency? I personally do so. And while I just alluded to a drop in efficiency, with the battery equipment, I don't want to mislead anybody here. This drop in efficiency is often more imaginary than real, and it's quite often used to instill that fear of ballooning landscape bills for homeowners and strata properties. And instead of diving deep into the details of the technology here, what I'd like to do is invite you to quiz a colleague, landscaper of mine. His name is Sheldon Rideout, and he's actually on the line waiting to speak to you here today. And Sheldon runs a landscape company that deals mostly in commercial and strata properties, and he's been doing so fully electric for several years, actually. So Sheldon is a textbook pioneer in this field, and I could entertain you for hours on those geeky technical details. So I personally strongly believe that the landscape industry will be much better off without most of those small engines. I do foresee a lot of pushback. Old habits die hard, but onward and upward we go. Let's all remember when municipalities started restricting pesticides, for example, pesticides used for cosmetic purposes. Well, it's still happening, and with each product removed from the shelf, there are talk of pending disasters, and yet gardens and the industry have flourished. Certainly do have more dandelions out and about, and bees, and robins nesting successfully. And we actually don't fear, cancer before playing on the lawn with the kids and the grandkids. So again, old habits die hard, but die they have to go in this case.
Dave,
Finally,
you are.
thoughtful.
Can I conclude because you are at time. You're 5 minutes.
Okay, all good. Thank you.
Okay. You do have questions from Councillor Carr, though. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. And thank you, Dave, so much for coming and relaying your experience. So a couple of questions arising out of your presentation. The first one, you talked about the park board replacing the two-stroke engines, and your plan is to actually have them replaced by 2024, which is awesome. How often do those two-stroke engines actually have to get replaced, and what would be the cost of replacing them with other two-stroke engines versus electric?
Yeah, thanks for this question. So it all depends on the machine. It depends how often and you use it. Some leaf blowers will be used like an hour a day. Other leaf blowers will be used all day. It really depends on the usage you get out of the machine. And but in my experience and with talking to staff, if a two-stroke engine is used like a lot, it doesn't last much more than a few years before it needs major repairs or before it needs to be replaced. So that's one of the avenues staff is taking, replacing what is arriving at, towards the end of the life of the machine itself. So that's for the first part of the question. The second part for the cost at purchase. So there's a cost of purchase, and then there's a cost of using the machine. So it all depends how you count it all. The battery equipment is at this point it's a step or two more expensive than the gas-powered equipment, but then you recoup the cost or the extra cost within the first year or two of actually using the said battery machine. So electricity being cheap in BC, it costs much less to run, let's say, 8 hours a day than it would cost to run the equivalent machine, but with gas and oil. And also, the gas machines need more repairs and tuning up along the way. So I don't have the exact numbers. Sheldon Rideout could probably actually give you exact numbers on all of this, but that's what I can contribute to this question.
So overall cost, if you include the cost of maintenance, etc., I'm understanding that it's not so much different. Okay,
no,
so
I remember 25% extra for the battery equipment, but
okay, I don't have too much more time, Dave. If I could just squeeze another couple of questions in. Have you had any reports back at the park board from staff in terms of the equipment and how they're adjusting?
Yeah, so there was a bit of pushback with the novelty from staff at first. For some staff, I think what I hear is that staff is actually adopting this quite fast. I think something else we need to understand is that not 100% of all the machines have exact equivalent in battery powered, but that's why we're taking up to 3 years, or we were going to take up to 3 years transition. So technology changes so fast with the battery equipment that within a year or two we'll have caught up.
It does. Thank you, Dave. I'm sorry that is Councillor Carr's time, but thank you for speaking to Council. You don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, and the second speaker, Council, we have on the line is Niall Murphy. Niall, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. We can hear you just fine.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We can.
Hi, my name's Neil Murphy. I'm a Vancouver resident and have worked doing residential landscape maintenance and installation for 30 years, both as an employee and being self-employed. It's an industry that provides low barrier employment opportunities for lower skilled, economically challenged, and language challenged individuals. and has an overrepresentation of immigrants and refugees. It offers opportunities for lower income and lower wealth people to start and operate a business to support their families. I don't think consulting with the Parks Board staff is fair representation of the needs of the industry. The demands of residential and commercial landscape is very different than what's happening in our parks. We're not able to leave leaves for months on end on the grass during the fall season. Anyhow, and also the vast majority of gardeners do not belong to the BC Landscape and Nursery Association. A better representation would be to walk into the West Coast Gardeners Co-op on Slocan and look at the commercial power equipment they service and sell. It is all gas powered. They sell the best equipment proven in the industry to be reliable, durable, and powerful enough to perform in all weather conditions. All the rotary lawnmowers, for example, are Honda commercial mowers. There are no electric. There are no even other gas-powered brands. The Honda mower offers the best and most durable transmission, a sturdy deck, and a two-blade cutting and mulching blade system, which provides better suction and bagging, especially in wet conditions. And keep in mind, I'm doing the equivalent of a year's worth of mowing in a single day. At this point, commercial electric tools barely exist. In the U.S., there's a new line of tools by Husqvarna powered by batteries. In order to operate cutting lawns for a day, and this is like you're using your standard rotary mower, a new mower would cost $1,200 US, and each battery to power it is $1,000, and I would need 4 batteries to operate the lawnmower for one day. I'd be required to do my regular 33 to 43,000 steps carrying a 20-pound backpack, which holds the battery. Hedge trimming would require changing a battery approximately every 45 minutes, with each battery costing $200 US. Or I could wear the same $1,000 20-pound backpack as I balance 3, 4, or 5 meters up an orchard ladder. This is a recipe for accidents and injury. And this is something that actually Parks Board staff never have to do. You never see them on an orchard ladder. You never see them having to trim hedges that are high, by the way. Some tools don't even exist, like electric power rakes or electric aerators. Right now, electric tools are still unproven as far as quality, reliability, durability, and performance. And your last speaker even talked about that they're testing out equipment. And let alone, is it practical for the health and safety of workers? I know for myself, the number one injury that I experience is back injuries. And all I can imagine is carrying more weight of batteries, just contributing to that. Retooling would cost me personally $15,000 out of pocket, and disposing of $8,500 to $10,000 worth of equipment. I kind of believe this proposal goes after low-hanging fruit, targeting an unorganized, largely lower-income industry, without consideration of the health and economic cost to the workers. Why not go after the construction development industry, ban demolition, the use of concrete, old-growth timber? It's a loud, dirty, and carbon-intensive industry, but Council continues to approve project after project. Although on the surface, banning two-stroke and other gas engines may seem reasonable and desirable, it offers unforeseen challenges to operators, as it's simply too early. While there are tons of consumer-grade tools, limited commercial tools are available. And if this was a provincial or federal program, I believe it would carry with it financial incentives or assistance to help with the financial burden being placed solely on small operators. Thank you for your time. And I actually have a list of what the cost of the equivalent equipment is. And basically, the equipment costs the same as gas powered, but then you have to add the cost of a battery on top of that. So the batteries starting for replacing a 2-cycle engine would be $200 US, and that would allow you to power for 35 to 45 minutes. The power for the mower. Okay.
Thanks,
Go
Mel.
ahead.
That is your time, but you do have questions from Councillor Carr, which you're free to answer if you choose. So if
Sure.
you want to stand up. Councillor Carr, can you go ahead?
Great, thank you. I'm just wondering, thank you so much for speaking, Neil. I'm
Yes.
just wondering if you were aware that this motion doesn't actually embark on the plan with any details whatsoever. That's going to come later. I think there's a motion on notice for January to just start the process of even planning for a phase out towards a ban, and it's not an outright ban. It would be a phase out period over a number of years, I imagine. But that hasn't started. This is just a signal to industry and the public that that will come in the future, and to actually work with Metro Vancouver, that does have authority over air and regulations around air quality. So, are you? So I guess what I'm saying is, are you aware of that? Are you open to coming back and contributing your information once staff develop such a plan, and then we have a debate at council around such a plan?
Yeah, I looked at the motion or whatever you want to call it that was put forward, and I see this year of 2024, and I see that you guys are revisiting this next year, which actually only gives a 2-year window for retooling, if that's what happens. I know my gas-powered blowers. I've been in business since 2003 of having my own business. I've gone through 2 blowers, and it's now 2021. So when he says that 2-stroke engines don't last a long period of time, that's actually kind of not true. So say if someone's replacing a tool next year, and they go and they spend $850 on a blower, and then they're only getting 2 years worth out of it, and then it's garbage, that's actually kind of a huge hit for a small operator like myself to take. And even like a commercial mower, like because of the pandemic, a commercial Honda mower is unavailable in the Lower Mainland. You cannot purchase one. You haven't been able to purchase one since October. So a lot of people are going to be retooling next year, and that's a $1,600 purchase, and you expect to get at least 5 years of life out of that. So what I'm looking at is maybe the window that you're proposing just isn't really feasible for a lot of people like me. Like really, the industry standard for an employee is $21 an hour, and you're looking at operators who are probably making about $60,000 to $80,000 a year, and you're asking them to fork out 15 grand out of pocket, which basically it takes about 5 years to even recoup 60% of that on your taxes, because the equipment depreciates. You're only able to write off the depreciation, which is 20% per year, right? So that's where things like this, I think you really need to reach out. Go and walk into the West Coast Gardeners Co-op and talk to them. They talked about that BC Housing had already tried this and backed off. They went all electric and they backed off because it didn't work, and they went back to gas mowers. But anyways.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that is Councillor Carr's time, but we do really appreciate you speaking to council and giving your specific individual experience. Thank you very much. Okay, council, that was the two speakers we had on the line. So we are now going to recess for dinner break, and I'm going to suggest we come back at 6:05 to give people time, a little bit extra time. Okay. We'll see you after. Thanks, council.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome back, Council. And for the viewing public, Council is now reconvening on item 12, pursuing emission-free landscaping equipment in the City of Vancouver, which is a member motion. We are hearing from speakers. We heard 2 prior to the break and are now continuing to hear the rest of speakers on this item. And I will call the speakers in order that we have not heard from yet. The first one is speaker number 2, Estrelita Gonzalez, School Board Trustee with Vancouver School Board. Estrelita, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, councillors and mayor. My name is Estrelita Gonzalez, and I'm the Vice Chair and Trustee with the Vancouver Board of Education. I'm here today to show support for Councillor Adrian Carr's motion pursuing emission-free landscaping equipment in the City of Vancouver. In April of 2019, the VBE passed a similar motion, which read that the VBE directs staff to develop a transition plan to replace gas-powered landscape maintenance equipment with emission-free equivalents. Where possible, staff should report to the VBE with their findings and recommendations. The motion was passed with unanimous support. At the time that the motion was presented, we received a report from staff with some high-level information, including that VSB ground crews use mechanized and non-mechanized equipment in their work, maintaining fields and property. They have a wide variety of equipment that includes mechanized things like seeders, mowers, blowers, non-mechanized like shovels and rakes and so forth. The equipment is purchased on an ad hoc basis as funding permits, and as a result, equipment is not being replaced at appropriate intervals. Approximately 100,000 of the mechanized equipment is currently past end of life and needs replacement. So just since that motion has passed, it's been a couple of years, and there was a pilot project that was started with some electric equipment that was purchased, mostly weed eaters and blowers. There's been some initial feedback, which I requested from staff just in preparation for tonight. So some early issues that have been identified include, they were doing it on sort of a staged approach, but functionality and ergonomics, cost, battery life, performance, charging requirements, and storage and vehicle modifications. A switch was also made to test Aspen fuel in the existing equipment, which is a cleaner, low-sulfur fuel, which results in cleaner operation and improved air quality for the operators. And with the arrival, however, of COVID, attention has been diverted to reworking, staff crew schedules and managing crew with physical distancing and safety protocols. So since then, since COVID started, no further purchases have been made. So at a high, sort of drilling down a little bit, some of the key issues with the electric units are heavier, battery life was shorter. With the electric equipment, there was struggles with the sort of extra long grass. Batteries were not strong enough to keep up with constant use. The cost of the electric equipment is still 1.5 to 2 times cost of traditional gas, and some of the larger equipment is still very, still more expensive. Having said all that, I think that we're moving in the right direction, and there's obviously synergy for us to be able to work with Park Board and obviously just to try and see, working together to see what's coming down the pike with improved performance of these equipment. Where there's supply, or where there's demand rather, there will always be innovations to help with the supply side. So we're still very hopeful, and we'll be getting a report back from staff most likely in the fall on where we're at with resuming this program. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair. Thanks so much for coming and speaking to us about the experience at the school board. I'm wondering, you mentioned that your staff did some evaluation. They said that the cost of the equipment was 1.5 to 2 times more expensive in the cases where they did some purchasing. What about the operating costs? Did they report back to you on that?
No, in terms of things like the savings of operating that versus fuel.
Right.
Yeah, no, we haven't. I'm imagining that would come back to us when they bring back a more detailed report with some of the upsides, because obviously we're just hearing some early concerns, but we haven't had that information yet.
Okay. Do you know if your staff are suggesting and proceeding where it's a end of life decision? So not personal life, but equipment life, where something they would have to replace it anyway, and they're just moving to replacing it, a piece of equipment with zero emission rather than gas powered. Is that the plan?
Initially, before COVID, that was the plan. But with COVID, everything was kind of halted. And I think there's also the manager of sustainability is now the director of facilities. So he's very well versed in the sort of goals of what the district is doing around sustainability. So I know that he's very keen, to work with the plan. And part of that plan is to, initiatives like this, right, that are creating pollution and propose health issues for staff and for students. So, I suspect that we will be able to resume things in the fall, and we'll be able, and I will obviously follow up with them too, given the work that you're doing, Councillor Carr, on this at the city, because that synergy needs to be there across, all three. What's going on in the city with the public, as well as what's happening at the organizations at Park Board and at School Board. So we're going to see some traction delayed because there's good work being done all over, which is great.
Right, good. Okay, so you did at the beginning mention that there was unanimous support for the motion you put forward at the school board, but you didn't actually state, are you in support of this motion that you are speaking to?
I'm sorry, I'm in support of this motion.
Yes, okay.
Sorry.
It just wasn't on the record. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I did, my opening line was that I'm here to show support for Councillor Carr's motion, and very much in support.
Okay, and what about the role of Metro Vancouver? And this motion calls for the input of the city into the 2021 Clean Air Plan around Metro Van, which has the legal authority for. Oh, and I'm out of time. I can't even get an answer from you. Anyway, do you support the Metro Van plan?
Of course, absolutely.
Thanks for taking time.
Good save there, Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Estrelita. Thanks for coming to speak to council. Appreciate it.
All right, pleasure. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, I believe that the next speaker we have on the line is Sheldon. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly. Rideau?
Rideau?
Are you on the line? Rideau?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, it's Sheldon Rideau.
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes to make your comments to council, so please begin when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Sheldon Rideau. I'm the owner of the Silent Gardener Limited. I am here to provide my support for the motion to the transition of electric gardening equipment within the city limits of Vancouver. We've been providing grounds maintenance for strata and commercial properties in the city since 2000. For the last decade, we've been using only electric power equipment. We focus on large properties. Among our clients are a 65-acre business park and a 27-acre campus owned by a large electronic games developer. Both properties are in Burnaby. Our electric equipment includes a 48-inch electric stand-on mower that will run for 7 hours on a charge. It also has a built-in blower. The commercial equipment has come a long way over the last years and is now practical to use electric power equipment. Our cargo trailers have solar panels on the roof. This allows us to charge batteries on site. We have 2 electric vans. Next year, our remaining fleet of ICE vehicles will be switched to electric trucks that have onboard charging for batteries as they use the large battery that powers the vehicle. Regarding the increase for costs for residents in the city of Vancouver who use grounds maintenance services, if gas-powered equipment is banned, this is a red herring and it's fear-mongering. The saving from no longer purchasing fuel and the reduction in equipment maintenance costs will over time make up for the cost of switching of equipment to electric. There is no need to hire extra people because of the switch to the electric. It's just as efficient as gas-powered equipment, with the added benefit of low noise, no fumes to suck in while you're working. As a battery-only company, we are no more expensive than other quality grounds maintenance companies. The coming increases in charge-out rates for customers has nothing to do with this motion to change to electric power equipment. The issue is a lack of people who want to enter the industry. Wages need to increase to attract staff. If anything, switching to electric may help entice people to the horticulture industry. I've been landscaping for a landscape gardener for 27 years. I have used both gas-powered equipment and electric equipment over time. Working with the electric power equipment is a much more pleasant experience. My staff and our clients will tell you the same thing. if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Yeah, thank you so much. You do have questions, and I believe it's from Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly?
No, actually, I think it's from me, Councillor. I mean, Vice Chair.
Everyone is showing up as me tonight.
Yes.
That's so intriguing. I have multiple personalities. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sheldon, for coming out and relaying your experience. How much harder, or how hard was it to switch 10 years ago, in terms of how hard you think it is to switch today from gas or fossil fuels to emission-free?
So 10 years ago, we didn't actually use any power equipment. So switching over to electric wasn't a big deal for us then. What the difference is now is the quality of the commercial grade lithium battery stuff is 100 times better. We use most of our small handheld tools are steel products. They now have brushless motors. They're water resistant. They have longer battery life. We use everything from the big AR 3000 batteries that will run a blower for 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on whether it's one of our older blowers that has that isn't a brushless motor, or longer with the ones that don't have brushless motors. As far as shearing goes, the bigger block batteries, which are the 300s that still have, you can go a good 5-6 hours shearing a hedge. So I don't know where that last comment came with 45 minutes. That seemed very bizarre to me. So anyway, long short story, it is a little more expensive up front, but you save it in fuel. And I can't give you an exact fuel cost, but where I can give you an inkling of what that is, to drive an EV car 100 kilometers, according to BC Hydro, is $1.08. I don't go 100 kilometers with a lawnmower in a week. So,
right.
Okay. I mean,
So
there's all sorts of, go ahead.
I was just going to say a couple of other questions. One of the other speakers earlier said that the electric equipment was much heavier, and that there was a concern around more accidents and injuries. Has that been, in your experience, the case?
No, not at all. So if you want to look at my WCB costs due to my tools that I use, there's none. As far as, you would never take the big backpack battery up a ladder anyway. You don't need to if you're shearing, and that's where his concern was. The 300S, sorry, I'm just looking at this, the AP 300S batteries weigh very little, so the weight isn't really an issue. So that's kind of a bit of a red herring. I've got people that are 105 pounds soaking wet that'll line trim all day with one of those AR 3000s, and I don't hear any complaining.
Oh, I really appreciate the practical information that you're supplying to us. Thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, no problem.
Great, that's it, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Sheldon, you do also have questions from Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Hello? Are you there?
Councillor Bly? I'm not seeing you, but I see you on the queue.
Chair, I'm not on the queue. I'm not sure what's going on with my connection today through the remote desktop in Crestron, but so thanks for checking. I'm not on the queue, but appreciate hearing from you.
Thanks for clarifying. That's it for questions for you, Sheldon. Thank you for taking the time to speak to council.
No problem. Thank you for letting me.
No worries. Have a good night. Our next speaker is Alex Wick. Alex, are you on the line?
Vice Chair, Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Okay. Do you recommend, we had a couple of speakers who were not on the line. Do you recommend I go back through the list at this point?
Yes.
Okay. I will do that. Thank you. So calling speaker number 1, Liz Keene.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 2, Connie Parker.
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay, and we confirm that speaker 7 was also not on the line. So, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that concludes our speakers tonight, Council. So we will now move to decision and debate. So if councillors wish to comment on this motion, please put yourselves on the queue. Okay, I'm guessing Councillor Carr, that might be you. It's showing up on my queue as myself. Is that you?
It is, but who's me? That's the second name on the list. That's very odd, but anyway, it's okay. I am you.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So first of all, I just really want to very much thank the speakers who came, and also a particular shout out to Commissioner Dave Demers and Trustee Estrelita Gonzalez, who put the motions forward at Park Board and School Board. And as Estrelita mentioned, unanimous support. Really sort of laid the grounds for the city as a whole moving in this direction. And really thank also just the speakers who came, who have been involved in this industry and have made the switch and offered their practical experience to us, which did counter some of the other speakers. I weigh heavily the people who have made that switch, giving us their direct experience. Which is to say that if you include all costs, including maintenance, that it is not at all a cost prohibitive. In fact, it may well be a cost savings, that it's great for worker health in the industry, let alone the health of the public in our city as a whole. Because those fumes are, and the noise are detrimental to human health, as well as the health of our environment. And just want to again remind councillors that this motion is just setting the goal, which Park Board may be actually going to reach ahead of the date given there, but it says the goal is to get to there by 2025, and it looks like Park Board might by 2024. And to input into the Metrovan Clean Air Plan, which although the public date and the public is still encouraged to input by June 15th. Wait a second, July 15th. Sorry, it is June 15th. So we're past that. But anyway, we as a city can input into that. And I think that there's knowing that the industry and people operating in the industry are in many cases not city specific, but work on a regional scale, as our last speaker does. I think that that regional approach is really a good one as we all jointly kind of move forward to reducing our GHG. So thanks everyone for the participation.
Great, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Kirby-Yung, and just will say I'm very happy to support this. It's certainly something we hear about regularly from a clean air perspective and an emissions perspective, also from a noise perspective. And it's an issue that Councillor Carr and Councillor Kirby-Yung and I have all been talking about, and as close observers of the council will note, is an issue that we are limited in our ability to enact our own bylaws on for now because of the moratorium, but certainly an issue that many of us have been following and that will continue to follow into next year and beyond. So happy to support this piece of it and to continue hearing from the public and working with the Health Authority and folks across the region to coordinate path forward, a kind of transition forward over the coming years. Thanks.
Great, thanks so much, Councillor Boyle. I'm not seeing any other councillors going once, going twice. So if there are no further comments, I'm going to ask the clerk to take us to a vote.
Chair Kirby-Yung, this is Councillor Bly, a point of privilege. I have restarted my computer.
Would you like a vote assist?
I think so, yeah, and I may need that for the rest of the evening until I resolve this. Thank you.
No worries, and you would like a vote assist in
favor, please.
In favor? Thank you. Okay, clerk, when you're ready, if you can let us know the results?
It looks like Councillor Fry has not voted yet.
Okay.
Oh, it's come up now. We're good.
Great. Okay, that has passed with none in opposition. So that concludes, thank you, Council, item 11, and I will now turn the chair back to Councillor Carr to resume with item, oh, I'm sorry, that's item 12, to resume with item 13.
Great, thanks, Vice Chair. And we are now on to referred motion, item 13, issuing an official apology from the City of Vancouver to the Italian Canadian community during Italian Heritage Month in 2022. This was member motion B8, which was moved and introduced by Councillors DiGenova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. So we will now hear speakers on this motion, for which there are a total of 6. The first speaker is Lorenzo Russo. Is Lorenzo on the line?
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Speaker 2 is Sofia Esposito. Is Sophia on the line?
Not on the line, Chair Carr.
Thank you. Is Speaker 3 Alessio Conte on the line?
No.
Okay. Speaker 4 Michael Cuccione.
No.
Speaker 5 Randy Ronaldo.
Not on the line.
Speaker 6 Mario Micelli.
Yes.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Great. We can hear you clearly. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. Good evening, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak in favor of this motion. And I come to you from the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm Mario Micelli, and I'm the Executive Director of the Italian Cultural Center. This motion is important to the Italian community, and this apology is consistent with the path of reconciliation that many communities are seeking as a path towards healing. It is not lost on our community that this ask comes at a time when our Indigenous community continues to suffer atrocities at the hands of colonial powers. We understand our privilege in being able to celebrate our culture and heritage, and we are sensitive to those who had their culture stripped from them and the lost generations of understanding and passing on of customs, traditions, belief, and spoken history. We are all stewards of reconciliation, and the Italian Cultural Center is no different. And we hope to continue to act as such, as our community did when it was identified that a statue in the Italian gardens caused upset and offense to our Indigenous community. My approach was to invite those Indigenous leaders to have a discussion with me at the Italian Cultural Center so that we could work toward resolution for both parties' satisfactions. We felt we handled this with honor and respect of all communities involved. We were shown the respect by the Indigenous community by notifying us, so it is with this mutual respect that we ask for this motion to move forward as we want to honor an entire community. Many speak of those interned being a very specific number, and those who were required to check in as a separate group. Not one person was charged or offered the opportunity of due process within Canada. Let us think of those who were not interned. Many were aware that the neighbor had done nothing wrong, but they were stripped from their homes and sent away with tragic and catastrophic impact on their families and their ability to earn a livelihood. I think of the fear in a community that was new to this country, a new culture, a new language, and who worked to become part of Canada as we know it today. These are the people who were worried if they were going to be next. They were the ones who lived in terror on a daily basis, along with those who were interned and their families. This apology is to the internees, their families, and those in the community who lived in horror, to think that they could be next at any time, at any place. We do it to honor the pride with which they return to do the work necessary to build Vancouver, British Columbia, and Canada. To quote the Prime Minister when he gave his apology, it would have been easy for Italians to turn their back on Canada. Instead, they put their backs into building Canada. Let's honor them with this apology, as this was their legacy. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And thank you very much. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. And Councillor DiGenova, go ahead, up to 3 minutes. You may be muted. Can't hear you. Still muted, Councillor DiGenova. Clerks, Councillor DiGenova has disappeared from our screen.
Yeah, we'll have IT look into this.
Are there any other questions?
There aren't at the moment. So I'm just, Clerk, do you advise that the speaker should just stay on the line with the hope that we can get Councillor DiGenova back on the line? If you could stay on the line, it would be helpful.
Absolutely. Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, if you can hear the proceedings, perhaps you can call in and call in the line. I think that you will be heard in chambers, so you can ask your questions. Councillor DiGenova, is that you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
I was calling in just as you were asking me to, and my apologies. I just had my computer not working on one computer, and now I didn't have my audio working on the other. So I'm going to try my best here, but ask the speaker, Mario Michelli, the executive director of Il Centro, a question still. I would very much appreciate that.
Yes, you are on the queue to ask questions, and he is on the line.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate the fact that you also looked over a number of drafts of this motion that was co-submitted by myself and Councillor Dominato. The first draft of the motion looked at possibly having that apology this year. However, considering I worked with staff and withdrew the motion, brought it back, and heard from staff that this time frame would give them the time and the opportunity to work with Il Centro and other organizations as noted in the motion. I'm wondering if you might be able to share how you feel Il Centro could provide be a resource and work with our staff towards this. Do you feel that there's a lot of work to be done here?
Well, I would certainly work collaboratively with the city and any other stakeholder that would like to move forward with this motion. I think it's important that the stakeholders be at the table to discuss it. We worked diligently with Ottawa as well to make sure that the apology was done at a national level, went off properly, and recognized the appropriate people within our community who were required to be there for the apology and the audience with the Prime Minister. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to be cognizant, as I said, of reconciliation in a broader scope. This is one that the Italians have been looking for. The original motion certainly was preceded these very horrific identified events that have occurred in other communities, but I think it's important that we stay the course and that we work with other ethnic communities who are seeking the type of reconciliation and consideration.
Thanks very much.
Councillor DeGenova, we can't hear you anymore. So, clerk, is she on the line, or do we know? Or we've stopped her timer, but she only has 40 seconds left.
I've tried unmuting my own self, but I think someone else did it for me, and we might have canceled each other out. So my apologies. I was finished with my questions. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova, and thank you, Mario. I very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to council on this. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good evening, everyone.
Great. I'm going to just go over the speakers list to see if any of the ones who were not on the line previously are on the line now. So, clerk, I'll just start at the top with speaker 1, Lorenzo Russo.
Not on the line.
Okay, number 2, Sofia Esposito.
Not on the line.
Number 3, Alessio Conte.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 4, Michael Cuccione.
No, not on the. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Speaker 4 is on the line.
Great. Thank you so much. Michael Cuccione, if you can hear me, it's just, you have 5 minutes to address council. It's your time now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Michael Cuccione, President of the Italian Culture Center, Il Centro. I do support this motion. This motion, I know, was thought of way before the unfortunate situation that we've heard, and I want to refer to this in our Aboriginal community. First with the 215 children, and then today's announcement of 751. I know that the motion was before this, but sometimes these things, put your mind to thought on that, and we're there with our friends, with our Aboriginal community, first of all. We are all stewards of reconciliation, which needs to happen for all groups, and we hope that it's going to happen as we move forward, because it's critical. It's critical for everyone, for everyone's peace and sanctity. The apology for the internment of the Italian Canadians was finally announced in the House of Commons by the federal government. It came late, but I guess better late than never. I know that many other ones were honored, and they were given that honor where the apology was there. But the apology, I'm hoping that this apology will give some closure, but I wish it was sooner, because a lot of the loved ones that were in our community are no longer here. Anyhow, it was very, very tragic. It was many loss of livelihoods. Families were broken. 600 interned throughout, and 31,000 had to report on a monthly basis to the RCMP. This motion in Vancouver in support of the apology by the federal government is a start of reconciliation, and we are hoping and we think that something that will happen hopefully in the future, in 1 year or so, that there is something to honor the contribution that the Italian Canadians have given, and all the sacrifice and the stress and the loss of their families being separated, and a lot of them, like I say, a lot of them lost a lot of money. It was very, very difficult, and but the motion is important, I think, to acknowledge everyone, because we're all one large family, a multicultural family, and we should teach each other, know about each other. History should be told and should be known, instead of having secrets, because there should be nothing to hide. So this motion goes to help with the reconciliation, and I thank Councillor DeGenova for doing this, and we, the Italian community, support this for sure. And our condolences go to our Aboriginal communities. That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you so much. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much, Michael. I just wanted to appreciate your words. Obviously, speakers go first, but the absolutely horrific discovery that has been known about for years, that people went missing, and families have been going through that grief. To hear those numbers and to know that there's even more people, I think that it's really important that we take the time to not only acknowledge that, but to I'm not sure how we move forward with that. So I just wanted to state that, and I think that we're taking measures, as you mentioned, but really looking to instead of hearing from us to the First Nations and Indigenous community, hearing from them, because I think that's important. Now, my question for you is: do you see this as something that the date and the time frame being something that Il Centro, as the president of the board there, could contribute to? And do you think that it's important? I know that there was maybe some disappointment when the date was changed from this year to next year, but I'm wondering, do you think that in fact that will offer some more time and breathing room?
Yes, I say yes to that, and we're totally behind it, 100%.
Thanks. And did you think that it's important to have a date attached to this?
Yes, it would be wonderful to know that, in a year's time or a year and a half that there's going to be something happening, so we can prepare ourselves too, because it's monumental. It'll be a milestone, and it'll be good to know in advance what's going to be happening, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. There are no more questions for you, but again, thank you for taking the time to speak to us tonight.
All right.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, and I'm just going to ask staff, clerk, if there's the last speaker that I haven't called the name twice for, number 5, Randy Ronaldo.
Speaker.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining us. We can hear you clearly. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak on my support on motion B8. My name is Randy Ronaldo, and I'm the Vice President of the Italian Cultural Center and Italian Day Festival Society Director. I'd first like to acknowledge the findings of burials at another residential school today. It is yet another reminder of the many injustices in our country's past, whether it's First Nations, the Komagatu Maru, Japanese, or Italians. We have amends to make. I want to thank Councillor DeGeneva for her tireless efforts in supporting the Italian community here in Vancouver and for bringing this important motion forward. I want to speak today to help bring cultural awareness and perspective on how the internment affected the Italian community. Italians are a proud people. We are experts in our crafts, whether it's the arts, cuisine, engineering, clothing, cars. We do it all with passion and pride. But with that pride comes great shame when something isn't perfect or when something tragic happens. It's something our parents instill in us at a young age, to be proper, to have integrity. This shame is most often called vergogna in Italian. And that is what our entire community felt when our Italian patriarchs were torn from their families. They didn't know what they did wrong, but when the state came and took them away in front of others, it brought great shame to those families. This shame, embarrassment, struck the entire community. People were scared to be Italian, scared that they could be next. The important point here is that this didn't just affect those who were taken away. It affected and brought great shame on the entire community. But I will say this, the Italian community didn't let this dark moment in our history take us down. As Prime Minister Trudeau said a few weeks ago, it would have been so easy for the Italians to turn their backs on Canada. Instead, they put their backs into building it. That is their legacy. Leader of the official opposition, Aaron O'Toole, quoted former Prime Minister Mulroney, who in 1990 urged his audience to look out at the impressive Toronto skyline and said, "The first generation of Italian Canadians built those buildings. The second generation owns them. The Mulrooney quote about the Toronto skyline struck me because the same could be said about Vancouver skyline as well. Mayor and Council, I'd like to thank you again for considering this motion that will bring recognition, education, and commemoration around this difficult part of our history. I'll leave you with this. Wherever you find Italians, you'll find them building homes, building arts, building culture, and most significantly, building communities. Thank you.
And thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Very much appreciate it. I don't see any questions for you, so I just again want to express my thanks and appreciation for you calling into us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And Council, that is it. We have gone over I've gone over the list twice, so we are now ready to move on to debate and decision. And Councillor Boyle, Councillor DiGenova, you are first. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I want to thank the speakers who stayed over a number of weeks, and I actually want to really thank especially the words, I think the words of all of the speakers. I really got to the point, and I know it's been a long meeting, Council, so I won't belabor this. I think I had already said when I introduced this that for this motion, it's slightly different. I mean, we have had a number of motions today. Councillor Boyle's motion advocated for looking at allowing younger people and youth to vote. Councillor Swanson's motion advocated, for making sure that we were keeping not only hotel workers, but making sure that we were looking out for marginalized and vulnerable communities in our thoughts. And when we often have advocacy motions that go towards the federal government has actually issued an apology, and I see this as a way that we can build together and work with them. I also think that it's important to very much name and make room for, and I appreciate actually Michael Cuccione, and I know he'd be fine with me calling him Mr. Cuccione, his words, as well as Mr. Michelli's words about the 751 children who were found today. And that's just horrific. The 215, the many more that are likely to be found, and the Indigenous communities. I want to be very clear that when this motion was put forward, at the time that it was weeks ago. Councillor Fry and I were actually co-submitting a motion, and I didn't want to take away from that. So that was before we had learned of this. But I want to be very clear that I think we've all known that was something that would come to fruition, because we did know that that there were children who never returned home. And I don't think that they're the same thing. I want to be very clear about that, but I think that just as we at council are trying to right our own wrongs, and I look at that motion from 1937, that really was a hateful motion. And, there were a number of people around that council table, and some of those councillors were NPA councillors. And I feel that it's very important that regardless of if they were NPA or not NPA, that we as a council, we work together and right those wrongs. And I've appreciated the many motions put forward. Councillor Kirby-Young's motion that she put forward that I seconded and supported on anti-Asian hate and racism that was especially being experienced during the pandemic. Hate can't wait. And I said it then, and I'll say it now again. Councillor Boyle, the UNDRIP and moving forward with that, and also the work that you and Councillor Fry have done on the South Asian apology to that community, and looking at ways to move forward. And recently we heard the mayor give a proclamation in Council of Apology to the Kamagana Maru, and I was glad to see that finally come through for that community in that way. So I do hope Council will support this motion. Again, it's not just about a certain amount of people who were interred. It was about the discrimination of people who are fleeing a place in a government that they didn't want to be in, and came to Canada hoping for a better life, and were in fact many of them accused and some interred, but more faced discrimination, weren't able to get jobs, and were really, some tried to hide their identities and their culture. So for that reason, and understanding that there is still widespread hurt, as we heard so eloquently from the federal presentation last month, that's why I put this forward, and I hope you'll support it, Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato, you're next. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Also, and thank you to the speakers who called in this evening, and to my colleague, Councillor DiGenova, who's also been very articulate in her comments this evening. I'll just reflect a couple of additional points I think are important in consideration of the motion. And obviously, may know where I'm council, I'm also of Italian descent. But one of the concerns that was raised and has been raised by Italian Canadians, and was acknowledged through the Prime Minister's apology, is this broad and Councillor DiGenova referred to it as sort of discrimination, but this sweeping judgment, and that Italian Canadians of the day during wartime were deemed enemy aliens in our country. And that is what Councillor DiGenova is referring to in that context of discrimination. And it did have an impact on families as men were interned, and then the broader check-ins that were mandated. But also that pursuant to that Italians were barred entry into Canada for several years after the Second World War ended. And then flowing from that as well, there was a latent racism that persisted, including my father experienced he was a baby boomer post-war, but experienced growing up of derogatory racist language directed toward him. And so from my perspective, this is honoring a community, and there's obviously many communities where we're pursuing remedy, but I'm supportive of the motion and just wanted to acknowledge that, and thankful and grateful for the Prime Minister's recent apology to the Italian Canadian community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I just have a question to staff as a point of information through you, if you don't mind, which is, I'll say I'm happy to support this. I just was thinking about the timeline, and as Councillor DiGenova mentioned, the number of pieces of work that this council has directed to staff that are still kind of in the queue and in waiting. And I wonder, to the city manager, I suppose, if we have a sense, particularly of the work around the South Asian apology, which I know is underway, as well as the work around access without fear. How would this motion, is the city manager sense that this motion would now be the first priority, or would kind of be added to that list of work that's being already been directed?
City manager? I'm just checking to see who's on the line. Yeah.
I'm happy to just leave that as kind of a follow-up question. I am happy to support this. I just want to make sure, as we continue to send important work that we all recognize the importance of to staff, that work is sort of happening in the, as it's being sent, and we're not disrupting one piece of work to do another. I think we all recognize how challenging that would be for our staff and for the communities who are engaged. So hope that we can add this to the work that we have committed to, and that all of us hope to see happen when possible.
Right.
I'm happy to support that, and I can follow up with a question to staff on that.
I was going to say,
prioritization.
I was going to suggest that you do that. I just am not seeing a response and nor the presence of of our city manager.
No problem. It is day 3, so hopefully he's taking a break. Thanks, Chair Carr. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DeGenova, you do have
I'm not sure if you'll
40
allow it.
seconds left.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Councillor Boyle's point, and of course she should check up with staff on this, but the reason I had withdrawn the motion and re-put it with the year timeline was that was actually the suggestion by staff. That was their suggestion, not a new timeline drawn up by me, but their suggestion. But I just wanted to share that as well. So thanks so much.
Okay, and that means no one else is on the queue to speak to it. So clerk, could you please take us to a vote on this motion? Clerk, Councillor Bly, is Councillor Bly on the line? Is she in this meeting? I'm not, she hasn't yet voted. Could you check?
Yes, we're checking now.
Thank you. We'll just pause while that check is happening.
Chair, this is Councillor Bly. I'm wondering if you have received my vote. I voted in favor.
No, we have not, but we can do a vote assist for you.
Okay, and I appreciate the offer to have tech support remote in, so I just like to request that. Thank you.
Clerk, we need to do a vote assist for Councillor Bly.
Yes, we've done that.
Great. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that vote is unanimous. Is that correct? It's still showing for me that Councillor Bly hasn't yet voted, so perhaps you can make sure that that is marked.
Will that vote be shown on screen, Chair, if I may?
It was just briefly, but Councillor Bly's vote was not recorded, so I think they might be correcting it, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
How do we vote? Yeah.
Clerk, is Councillor Kirby-Young absent?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then that does show as a unanimous vote. Is it possible to have it up on the screen? I mean, up on the public screen? It looks like we're having a bit of a glitch. It gets up there momentarily. This is just taking a bit of time to see if we can't get it up on the screen. Sorry, the clerks know what the vote was. They just, to get it on the screen, it's just taking a moment. Equipment seems to be in rebellion tonight.
If I may, a point of privilege.
Only personal privilege is allowed right now.
Privilege? I see it on the screen, on the public live feed.
Okay.
That I was looking at on my phone because I have to have every device here so that I can make sure
Actually,
that I stay online.
we're still in this vote, but I haven't declared it yet. So let's just give the staff time to just make sure this is all recorded properly, and it'll be there good, hopefully, in a second. Okay, it looks like it's on the screen now. Great, that is a unanimous vote. I hope you captured that, Councillor DiGenova. Great, thank you.
Or whoever wanted to did. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we are finished that item, which is number 13, and we are now on to the next referred motion, which is item 14, Vancouver Blue Ways Cleanup, which was members' motion B9, moved and introduced by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yung. We will now hear speakers on this motion, for which there are a total of 2. The first speaker is Kevin Tross. Is Kevin Tross on the line?
No.
Okay, speaker 2, Amir Abu-Ulba.
Chair Carr, Speaker 2 is not on the line either.
Okay, as per our rules, I will just ask you once again, is Kevin Tross or Amir Abu-Ulba on the line, clerk?
Neither are on the line.
Okay, then we will proceed straight to debate and decision on this item. And just so you know, there was an email sent to them over half an hour ago, so they have had warning, as our speakers do. I appreciate staff, your diligence in keeping speakers informed of the timing of when they're expected to be on the council agenda. So thank you for doing that. So we are into debate and decision. And I'm not seeing anyone on the queue for debate and decision. So failing that, I think we can move straight to a vote. This is again for item 14, Vancouver Blue Way Cleanup. I'm looking for votes from Councillor Hardwick or Councillor Bly. If either of you need a vote assist, please let me know.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege from Councillor DiGenova.
Councillor Hardwick has just notified me that she had to go back on medical leave as she had.
Clerk,
She'll notify the clerk, and
yeah,
I was just
it's okay.
in the process of
fine.
sharing.
You don't need to say anything more, Councillor DiGenova. Clerk, if you could mark Councillor Hardwick as absent.
Councillor Carr, I have voted in favor. If I need a vote assist.
Okay, clerk, a vote assist in favor would be great. And that is unanimous, Council. And so we are on to the final referred motion, which is item 15, reconnecting the Stolo Fraser River, members motion B10, moved and introduced by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yung. So we'll now hear speakers for this motion, and there are a total of 5. First is Kevin Tross. Is Kevin Tross on the line?
Chair Carr, Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 2, Claudia Leroy.
Not on the line.
Speaker 3, Richard Campbell.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Speaker 4, Sandra Jones.
Speaker 4 is on the line, so we'll just check.
Speaker 4, Sandra Jones. Can you hear me?
Hello, this is Sandra Jones.
Yes, hello, we can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I am speaking from Delta on the traditional territories of Tsawwassen and Musqueam peoples. I am a team member of the Great Blue Heron Way. I support the motion moved by Councillor Veeb. The Great Blue Heron Way is the vision of Elder Ruth Adams of the Tsawwassen First Nation, who is excited and supportive of this motion also. The Great Blue Heron Way is envisioned as a greenway that connects Indigenous peoples around the Salish Sea on the mainland and on Vancouver Island, and along the Fraser River, connecting the Stolo River watershed into interior BC. The Great Blue Heron Way reaches out to interconnect with all the communities it passes through in a spirit of reconciliation. Elder Ruth Mary Adams, Elder Astania, says herself, the Great Blue Heron Way is a journey where people can safely enjoy the nature of lands and waters. The spirit of this path connects the people along the way where friendships can grow naturally. The path will honor each and every traditional territory that it connects with. So this team, the Great Blue Heron Way, is very appropriate in this motion. It is led by Elder Ruth Adams, who has been pursuing this passion for the Great Blue Heron Way over 20 years, as well as being immersed in treaty making. The name Great Blue Heron Way derives from the TFN host nation site of the Great Blue Heron Rookery on TFN land near the Tsawwassen Ferry Terminal, from where the Great Blue Heron Way reaches out in 4 directions to connect with First Nations, west to Vancouver Island, south to the US at the Peace Arch border crossing, east along the Fraser River through Chilliwack, and north through Vancouver to the North Shore. There are legendary rookeries throughout the Great Blue Heron Way, including Vancouver's Stanley Park, of course. Elder Ruth had come to realize that while some excellent greenways did exist, such as the Galloping Goose on Vancouver Island, or are cited in plans, they did not include First Nation communities. On those greenways, essential gaps cause a hardship to all local residents who cannot safely access greenways, such as across railroads or highways. They cannot access healthy, active travel trips in their daily lives where they live. The Great Blue Heron Way is meant to both benefit local First Nations and all residents. All residents may learn of Indigenous culture on a pathway traveled as close to natural waterway shorelines as possible. Elder Ruth presented her vision at the BC Active Transportation Summit in June 2019 as part of a panel that was moderated by Councillor Boyle. Thank you. Thank you for the support of all of Mayor and Council in recognizing the importance of safe and equitable access to greenway routes. The Great Blue Heron Way brings this to First Nation peoples living and working here and now. In the city of Vancouver, the Great Blue Heron Way Salish Sea route is envisioned to reconnect shoreline gaps along the North Fraser shoreline, traveling north across the Canada Line multi-use bridge from Sea Island, the airport, and Lulu Island, Richmond, rest through Marpole and along the river and sea shoreline at Musqueam and Southlands. It continues around the Pacific Spirit Park, through Stanley Park, and across the Lionsgate Bridge to the Squamish and Sabertooth Nations on the North Shore. The Stolo, Fraser River, and Salish Sea shores have been Indigenous waterways and shoreline pathways over thousands of years. The Great Blue Heron Way can help bring about a natural connection that restores a healthy environment and healthy, respectful relationships. There are a variety of supportive partners, including BC Cycling Groups and Trails BC, that is a team member. Trails BC coordinates the Trans-Canada Trail and its interconnecting trail loops and help realize interconnectivity and the potential of the Great Blue Heron Way. And another team member, Vancouver resident David Grigg, helps bring solutions to Greenway Gap issues. I'm always speaking to Elder Ruth Adams, she's my friend. She and the Great Blue Heron team respectively asked to be a part of the Fraser River Intergovernmental Working Group to help put reconciliation in action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I am not seeing at this point any questions to you, but really want to appreciate the time you've taken to come to speak to us. Really, really very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great.
I appreciate you letting me come.
Oh, no, it's our privilege, really. Thank you very much. And we are moving to Speaker 5, Wade Grant.
Well, thanks, Council, and I am greeting you from West Bank First Nation as I speak. I'm up here as a chaperone to my daughter. She is filming a movie, so I will be back here very quickly, but I'm going to speak in favor of the motion Councilor Weed has put forward. As many of you know, my name is Wade Grant. My traditional name is Talaquilano, and I am a member of the Musqueam Indian Band, whose traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory encompasses what is now known as the city of Vancouver. Our main village site that we continuously have lived on for thousands of years is located at the south shore of Vancouver along the mouth of the Fraser River. The Fraser River has always been a very important part of our livelihood. It's been important for our culture, our economy, our teachings. We still rely on the Fraser River to this day for its bounty to feed us for food, social, and ceremonial purposes. It's also been a place for it was our highway, our way of travel in between different village sites and within the Coast Salish territory. As you may know, our current reservation is only 0.02% of our traditional territory. And we began to lose a bit of a connection to the Stolo, the Fraser River as it is now, because as the city built up around us, the small foreshore that we have was inundated with riprap, with other forms of pollution, that we haven't really had much access to the Fraser River, haven't had much access to being able to use the river. Recently, we were lucky enough to have youth that have now started to engage in the river again. You may have seen on Global News the other day that many of our teenage band members have revitalized the Musqueam Canoe Club, a culture that went away for many decades, and they're bringing that back. We're starting to utilize the river as we have for thousands and thousands of years. Unfortunately, we still don't have the correct, appropriate access between our community and our traditional village sites at the south arm of Granville Street, which is called Susnam. In 2012, our community came together in a tremendous force of unity that to push back against development on that site. It is one of the last remaining sites that is undeveloped and has not washed away our history, our relics, and there's still people, there's still human remains that are found in that area called Susnam in Marpole. And we've never had a connection where we can walk from our community all the way to Susnam and around. I think being able to bring back that connection along the Fraser River is a strong move forward to reconnecting to who we are as Musqueam people, being able to reconnect to our land, be able to reconnect to our ability to stewardship that we've been for thousands and thousands of years. And it's a perfect way for us to come together, not just as Musqueam, but Musqueam, the City of Vancouver, and any other stakeholders that wish to walk with us together and find a way to actually to bring back Fraser River, the foreshore, to bring it back to a way that we can connect to who we are, to share our history and connect to the newer history as well. There have been too many years where Musqueam has been my generation to ensure that future generations like my daughter, who I'm sitting with right now, have a connection to the city, not have to be tucked away below Southwest Marine Drive. So these are opportunities for us to come together to ensure that we have a reconciliation plan in action that can create new opportunities. So I raise my hand to Councillor Weeb for bringing this forward. It's something I believe that a person like myself, a member of the Musqueam Indian Band, would embrace for future generations. So 500 kilometers away, I raise my hand, I say, and I once again say that I am in favor of the motion. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling from 500 kilometers away. It's like a long ways. I don't have any questions to you or any speakers or counselors wanting to ask you questions, but I very much appreciate you taking the time out and wish your daughter well with her movie.
Thank you, Councillor. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. So that is it for the list that my first run through. I'm going to run through the names again of those people who were not on the line when I called their names. So staff, if you could just let me know if they're on the line now. Speaker 1, Kevin Tross.
Not on the line.
Speaker 2, Claudia Leroy.
Not on the line.
Speaker 3, Richard Campbell.
Not on the line.
Okay, that completes the speakers list for this item. And we are now on to debate and decision. I am not seeing, yes, okay. Councillor Weeb, you are first, and that would be up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the two speakers, but I also want to thank a large group of people that have been behind this. This is a community-led initiative. I want to thank Chief Sparrow. The Port of Vancouver, if this passes, would like to send Diane Sparrow as their member. The parks at Metro would like to send Mike Redpath. There's a lot of people that have been supporting this work. David Gregg was talked about, Uja Dozing, Peter Ladner, Heather Deal, Mike Harcourt, Claudia Lavorge, and many, many more have been doing this work for many, many years. And I think what we've heard from the speakers today is we need to reconcile along this river. We need to reconnect to the power, the history, the culture that this river brings to the city of Vancouver. I look forward to being part of this journey and walking with the Musqueam Band. So looking forward to seeing how this goes, and I hope council can support it.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. I don't see anyone else on the queue, so I'm going to assume that means we can move to a vote. Clerk, if you could move us to the vote, please. And that is unanimous. So fantastic way to end. Thank you, Council. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor Stewart as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's meeting. Mayor Stewart, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Carr. We're now going to reconvene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priority meetings from yesterday and today, as well as 2 bylaws. Can we have the roll call, please, Deputy City Clerk?
We have Mayor Stewart and the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick is absent. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young is absent. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 15. Can we have a motion on that, please?
So moved. Councillor Bly.
Oh, second.
I think I heard Councillor Bly and Councillor Carr as a second. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That's carried. We do have a couple of bylaws. Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? And we're moving a motion to adopt bylaws 1 and 2.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a seconder.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion on these? And I'll go to the queue. I don't have the queue, so if I don't see any discussion on these 2 bylaws, so I'll just take a risk and move ahead. Can we?
There's nobody on the queue, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. All in favor, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Great. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks very much. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the website. And yeah, I don't see Councillor Hardwick. So somebody else get
adjournment. Councillor DeGenova.
Okay. Seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for that. Thank you, staff, especially. And you got some time to enjoy the sunshine.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Hi, little buddy.
Then guess what happened?
Uh-oh.